I'll take this opportunity to greet also the executive committee of Sincephetelo MV Fund. They are still not here, but we verily believe they are on their way. And great management from MVA and the entire staff. We have in our midst the erstwhile chairman of the Road Safety Council of Eswatini, Mage Fortunate Shabalala. It's an honor, Mshengu Gugutsi, Sibenawe la namuhla. Just yesterday, the Road Safety Council of Eswatini was handing over to the minister their report for the 3 years work they've done in the road safety space. But because passion is always burning inside the council, especially the chairman, she is here today just to witness what the children might say about these mammoth tasks that we are always endeavoring to conquer. Thank you, Mage. We want to recognize and greet members of this noble profession, the school principals and the teachers, the judges in particular. Without debate, I mean, I'm even jittery from now. When I look at them, they are serious and stern. But we want to take this opportunity and thank you. We also have to recognize our esteemed participants who are going to be battling it out here, and the learners here who are going to be giving them moral support and probably observing how it is done, maybe because the next day it might be these ladies and gentlemen sitting here who shall be here up the podium and debating themselves. I'll greet parents here and everyone who's here. I would have stood on already established protocol because in the event you greet people like this, we are bound to leave some others out and it wouldn't be proper. But I just hope I've exhausted the list of everyone who's here and who's not been mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a good morning to you. Our being here today, it's an honor of the collaboration that has been established between ourselves and all road safety stakeholders. Today, in particular, the Royal Eswatini Police, the Ministry of Education and Training, and the schools that are here. It came to our mind someday as we were doing our day-to-day duties with the Royal Eswatini Police that maybe at a point in time, as adults, excuse me? The teacher in me is agitated. Ngangicala la ngeLswati ngiphumele batselwa valwa bothishela ngithi. Hey ngabe sengingenta njani mina. So we've just thought to say, have we ever pondered as adults what the children think of the accidents that occur on our roads and that affect them so much? We've never looked at road safety from the perspective of a child, even though that oftentimes they don't drive cars, but they are vulnerable as passengers, they are vulnerable also as pedestrians. So we thought, let us look at this perspective and find some students, especially in this region, the MR8 road, that has got so many schools bordering the very same road where they are vulnerable more than any other child in any school in the country because of their proximity to the road. So today we are here just to find out what our children think of us as drivers, maybe as parents, maybe as teachers, maybe as public service vehicle drivers, or anyone who might be using the road space wherein they also form part. We are not going to be saying much. The participants whom I believe are outside shall be coming here and telling us, convincing us, and motivating us to be better road users. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I wish all the participants the best of luck, and they are all going to win by virtue of being participants in this debate. Master of Ceremonies, thank you. But before I give you a mic, I've been asked by Channel S, as a mugele viewers abo, that today, kuhamba live la, whatever we do here, they shall be watching it live. Nangabe basekhaya abavule sigujana bahlale babukele batabe sebayati ke tsukwendekeni. Madam, ungibutele question from the students. What was before was?
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. You can tell that he is brilliant. Learners, being active in schools doesn't only give you the chance to showcase your talent, but it also gives you the opportunity to meet prominent figures like Mr. Dlamini. I want to believe you were disturbing him because you were recognizing his voice from your radios at home, isn't it? Yes. Some of you know him from television. So, yes, he is a prominent figure. One of the pastors once said to a child who didn't know him that, "Yemfana, ikhona TV kini?" Awungati mine. So if ungamboni babe Dlamini ku TV, we are move eradioeni. Okay. Now you will get the chance to be seen at home in the television. So with those words, I would like to encourage you to participate in all the events that are taking place in your schools. Without much ado, may we welcome the Royal Eswatini Police Services Station Commander. Good. It's unfortunate that the program director doesn't know the commander. I don't know whether he is here or there is his representative.
Program Director, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I greet you all. I'm W415 Sergeant Gama, standing in front of you on behalf of the Station Commander. Ngenxa yemisebenzi yelive leminyenti lebese seyamengama umuntu omzala kube kuhle lokuthi akhanze ukuthi kufanele ukuthi ngimmelele ngite lapha embi kwenu ngitosha namagama elandzelako. Sengusiphofaneni police station sike sakhungathwa tingoti temgwaco le kakhulu ma statistics ethu sithole ukuthi letinyenti tifake ekhathi bantwana bona besikole labasembi kwethu. Setamile ke imitamo leminyenti lokuthi sikhone lokuthi sisende ama interventions lokuthi bangalimali basebenzisa nomgwaqo as pedestrians. Kwakhanzakala ukuthi kukhona more lesifuna sikwende simaphoyisa asesiphofaneni. Sambe sefika ku decision yokuthi sikhona lokuthi sike sihlale phansi siyiteke kabanti lenzaba yokuthi yini lesingayenda ukuthi sikhona lokuthi siphephise live siphephise bona abantwana njengoba sathi ukuthi abantwana bangumlibalo ya embili. So ke nini labofakazi bami lokuthi kunesisho lesithi information is power. If umuntu ungamniki information kusasa lo muntu loyo utamluza ikakhulu asesensona nomgwaqo agcina angene engotini kungako lamhla lokwente lokuthi sihlale phansi lana sibe kanye kanye sitodinga donate indaba temgwaqo lokuthi singawusebenzisa kanjani umgwaqo sibantwana sinetikolo ke lapha lebestimamile leting 8 letisuka eGilgali kuyofika ekamkhweli lesithole ukuthi kwa leto ngito letisihluphako emgaqweni lapho khona abantu ngakala ukuthi titakhelene nemgwaqo kakhulu so ke bantwana ekuseni kuma peak hours na after lunch lapho khona nasibabuyele emakhaya uyothola ukuthi bese sebayashayiseka ngilapho la sithole khona ukuthi sesibaphithi sesihlale phansi sesesikufake le information la kibo ezibasakhula le information batokhona kuyimpacta kulaba semva kwabo nasemakhaya basite lokuthi bayihambise le information balihambise levangeli lephepha emgaqweni kuze kuyofika kulo nalo labahleli naye labathutane naye kungako lamhla site lapha lamhla sohlala phansi sidingise letindzaba leti lamhla sinema seasons sela sipofanele lesiwabonile siye spend season yetithelo emgaqweni nako lokunye lesikukhanzile ukuthi kuyingcinamba kwenta ukuthi kulanze bantwana babe semgaqweni bakhanzakala bangaphephi kuthengiswa tineyi lapha kuthengiswa emagwava kuthengiswa tonke tithelo but bona labantwana sibatali siphinde sibathume baye emgaqweni bafika emgaqweni bashayiseke emgaqweni basenda wona lo msebenzi lathunywa ngumtali so ke lamhla sitokhona kwakhipha neinformation lokuthi how sensitive umgwaqo ufuna baphathe kanjani emgaqweni as much as nabo sifuna kuva kibo lokuthi umgwaqo basawusebenzisa bathini bona ngenza batemgwaqo on behalf of station commander lamhla siyanemukela nonke divele nikhululekile konke lesitakukhuluma lana sikhulume sathi lokuthi usita umnakenu let's be our brother's keeper ngokuthi thathe information siyilethe kulomunye ngalomunye cishe ngalawo magama ngalawo mavilawo ngingagcina lapho lokuthi sonke semulekile ngeBravo station commander ngiloko lengakusho siyabonga program director.
Thank you, Mr. Gama, for the profound presentation you've just made. I'd like to put this in Siswati so that everybody hears it loud and clear. Sitawuhle sivela la screenini njengoba bashito kokuthi sengibande station lesi Channel S ukhona so sihle sivela lana siyacela ukuthi ke ningadisturb lama presentations na utibona so uvela la bese soba too excited so banga umsindo sitakukhipha kukahle ngoba utawubonakala nala ile exercise lena yakasingisi Singisi tonke tinfo takhona na utenda ngaso tivela nje tibe setiyahluka. I usually tell my learners when there's too much noise around the school ukuthi you are conversing in Siswati ngoba ngesilungu ngeke nje uzoshout so please don't make noise asifuni ukukhipha okay ngoba sifuna ukuthi nitfolele information njengoba bese ngivetile ukuthi knowledge is power. At this point in time ngicela ukuchecka ukuthi sesinga comments in can we get into today's business. Jiljal, are you here? Okay. Duze, it's obvious. Ponjwane. Okay. Sibusisweni. Mnotweni. Okay. Mkweli. Mapilingo. Okay. Spofaneni? Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce the topic for public speaking for the juniors. Yes. Participants, junior participants, please take the podium. Yeah. Please don't fail before you start. Simple instruction, if you know you are participating in the junior public speaking exercise, please come up. We don't have enough chairs. Sambulugan, we don't have enough chairs, Bafuns. So before I introduce the topic, may I give this chance to the judges?
Thank you, Madam Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, in your distinguished ranks, greetings. So, as a panel of adjudicators, we have a sitting that we're going to be taking now for public speaking. There are a few things that we would like to request before the House. Firstly, public speaking is quite an arduous task for anyone who is going to stand before an audience. Therefore, we request very politely that during a speech, when an individual is here presenting, making the best of their case, we give them the light of day and allow them to proceed with ease. I understand some of these individuals are friends, they are peers, and worse, they are our competition. You do want to hurt the competition, but make it fair play so that they can all be able to give their best. So far as debate is concerned, we have a bit of a problem. Mnotfeni High School is missing in action. Therefore, to all the schools that are going to be debating, we are requesting very kindly that there be a shadow team. If there's a school or a group of students that are up to the task, if you feel you can hand up the mantle and go on to debate, please go to Mrs. Dlamini and register your interest. We need team proposition. So we can have a shadow team from an already existing school, or we can have a combination of students from various schools. If you are interested, please, Mrs. Lamin, raise your hand. Please go to her and register your interest. This is going to be important for us to continue because there is one school thus far that is without a team pairing, and without a team pairing, they'll be unable to debate. Now, public speakers, you have 4 minutes on stage. Because we are going to be unable to give you time signals, there are a lot of things that happen when you're here speaking. Nerves can get to you. You do not really want to look at the judges. You're looking at your friend. They told you to look above our heads. There are a lot of things that can happen. We are going to clap as a way of signaling that your 4 minutes has since elapsed. You may take your seat once again. We do wish you the best of luck and the best presentation possible in order to be as informative as we would hope for the processes of our event. Now, the one thing that I want to stress in particular, may you please make it a point not to disturb the speaker while they're here on stage giving a presentation. Many things can be disruptive, be it chattering, be it talking, be it moving up and down during the session. Please avoid that. May we not have such disturbances. I will leave over to my good sir here.
Ngicela kuhluka ngicela nje ukukhuluma ngeSiswati ukuze sitovana so that singatophinzi. Le issue la ichaza ngicela ku-emphasize yona nalenye lento i-razor futhi. I-public speaking and debate is one forum le very serious and le very presentable esigabeni sekuthi kufuna ukuthi kube bede i-movement number 1 because once you make a movement here lapha u-intimidate lo mvulo la. Number 2, what is gonna happen ngicela kunithembisa shem once sakhuta skolo sakho kuthi yathi niba ngumsimvo seniyamphazamisa lolo la, it will work against you. So I'm pleading with you ngemoya wa Jesu, umoya wa Sunday school kuthi ngicela manje sibambisane in terms of umsimvo ne movement singam intimidate lolo la ngenhla. Kwesibili lengicela ukuchaza lokumcwa kakhulu le maka signala timekeeper ukuthi isikhathi sakho sesiphelile noma isikhathi sakho sesiyaqala, this is what we're gonna use. So it's important ukuthi nithule so that lo mumvulo lana tobona ukuthi yathi vele sekukhalile ukuthi isikhathi sami sesiphelile. This is how we're gonna demonstrate. Taba kanjalo ke guys, taba betele emve emabhodi because lo mnye bese akasabona ukhanza ukuthi ubuke maybe imfombi yakhe lapha akasakhona. So logo for now. So I wish you all guys the best, and I believe in you. But in zaba emsimvo sheme ngicela manje sizameni, it will never work makutaba nemsimvo singahlekani umvusi mmela azacethe bese kungena lo munye. Thank you.
Ngicela kunivusela nonke nami namuhla ema judges ethu li judge lethu ngicela kuqala kuleli sengidawugcina ngala li judge lethu leli licetha nje ukukhuluma nyalo ngusiphosethu Thabetse bese eceleni noma ngithi introduce ekuqala noma ngibe wekugcina ngikuphi lokahle qala ngidawe ndalokushiwo ngini he langa leni mos. Okay, nginokulunga dladla lijudge la khona lela lesibili lelesithathu ngoWandile Mathonsi bese lelihambako lenilibonako nguThando Simelane. We wish you guys all the best and we hope nasiphuma la impilo tethu tabe tichinjile sesati konke lokufanele ukuthi sikwende namuhla. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our judges. May I introduce the topic for the juniors, public speaking. It goes, students' participation in road safety campaigns may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road accidents. Students' participation in road safety campaigns may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road accidents. Okay, we shall start on the right. take it away. No noise. Please cooperate with us.
The date is 23 March 2025. The place is Mkweli Primary School. The children are very excited they are going home. Little do they know that a speeding minibus will crush their dear 6-year-old brother in front of their eyes. How tragic. How many innocent souls are we yet to lose due to irresponsible road driving? How many innocent souls are we yet to lose before drastic measures are taken to minimize this scourge? Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I stand by the name of Rita. I'm here to give insight on a topic which says student participation in road safety campaigns may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road accidents. And I'll first like to define the key words from the topic. According to the new 9th edition Oxford Dictionary, participation is taking part in or becoming involved in an activity. And by campaign, we mean a series of planned activities that are meant to achieve a particular aim. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me get into my business. What are some of the ways students can minimize road accidents and promote community awareness? There is establishing road safety clubs. How many of you here have such clubs in your school? If you do, please indicate by hand. Oh, it's such a pity that there are few. But don't you think this is the reason why road accidents mostly occur near schools? So I urge all teachers here, I challenge you here to go back to your schools and establish such clubs. Through such clubs, learners are educated, road practices, safety rules on road, vigilance, and responsible behavior on the road. I was very excited when I passed by Ngulini at St. Philomena Primary School. I happened to notice some students wearing reflective bib, patrolling the road, making their fellow schoolmates cross the road safely. I have this newspaper dated yesterday to emphasize my point. Here we can see some students are wearing reflective bib, making the other schoolmates cross safely on the road. By doing this, they are not only making their schoolmates cross safely, they are also patrolling and controlling the traffic. So, why isn't this applied into the other school? In Mkweli, Duze, Spofaneni, and other schools along the MRA's roads. This takes me to another point at which accident can be minimized, and that is enhancing campaign effectiveness. You may have in your mind what I'm talking about. So students can use their creative campaigns, such as poetries, TikTok challenges, and the debate we're about to witness, to educate ourselves about road safety practices. This won't just make learners to enjoy school. It will also be a big step in raising the awareness.
Wow. Wow. Clap your hands. Unfortunately, I don't have their names, but you are next. Ngubani se? Ngubani? Angisiboni isandla sakho lesi.
Yes.
From?
Ngubani?
From?
Ngqubeko.
Yes, so much wonke. Wonke.
Ngqubeko. Don't step back. Don't step back. Man. Ngubani sis?
Rita Mahoza from Spofaneni High.
Rita
Mahoza.
Mahos.
Spofaneni High.
Ngqubeko. Duze.
Ngwenye. Wena mfana wami.
Ngoba bengithi batodisho bavakali.
Abavakali.
Abavakali.
Ngoba manje school. Okay.
You are?
From?
Magazine.
Jam blasted lion, Christy Bacolos, jam blasted lion, yes, yeah. He's a lion, yes, yeah. He's a lion, yes, yeah. He's a lion, yes, yeah.
to right, right to left. In that way, we are saving lives and attracting the attention of students and making it memorable to them. We also need to be empowered and educated about traffic rules. And UMVA and the police, you should not come to us when to implement new rules or to ask questions, but you should be regular visitors in school and make sure that students are aware of the do's and don'ts. And as soon as we have the information, we will do the rest by inventing TikTok challenges and teaching our peers about road safety instead of placing signs that students are uninterested in. To nail the last, students put their lives in danger to show off or peer pressure, and this issue is most common among students in high school, and especially among girls. We can step forward by becoming road safety ambassadors in our schools. We can also invent a campaign with the slogan, Umjolo will kill you, look left, look right. Or shall I say, Sicela uphile, so we can gossip tomorrow. In order for us to motivate, we also need to be motivated through little salaries and work to have fire in our work.
Duze, Kutegan. Ngichazile kokuthi the continuous clapping of hands inemthelela lokabi on the scoring. Kutegani, lokuthi nibe lana, it's because you are taking advantage of the fact that we are using your school as the venue. Otherwise, wow, Ngubeko. Next is Shongwe Andiswa from Mapilingo. Okay,
sekune adjustment lencane because ngase sovele sowudumeke nje ukuthi hey hlala phansi nawe kunene. So on the 4th minute we will clap once to tell you ukuthi nyalo sekusele 15 seconds, then after 15 seconds sesiyakhatha, but kulo 4th minute sikhombisa ukuthi sekuyahanjwa.
With all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Standing before you today is Shonge Andiswa, and I am here to share information with you on how student participation in road safety campaigns may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road accidents. By the way, what are campaigns? These are organized courses of actions with the purpose of achieving a certain goal or goals. Campaigns may help reduce the risk of trauma, emotional stress, and loss that can affect your entire systems. When students participate in campaigns, these initiatives can create a ripple effect that extends beyond the classrooms to influence families and the broader community. Student participation in road safety campaigns may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road accidents in the following ways. Firstly, creating lasting responsible habits. Starting at a young age, students learn road safety rules and develop lifelong safe behaviors as pedestrians, cyclists, and future drivers. Secondly, it may empower students to speak up. These campaigns can empower students to challenge irresponsible driving from the passenger seat, which is the most crucial part of road safety. Moreover, it may address specific local issues. When students are involved in campaigns, they can provide insight into intersections, allowing for more targeted and impactful initiatives. Lastly, it may promote community-wide safety. As students bring home what they learn, they can influence the habits of their parents and family members, reinforcing road safety principles outside of the school setting. This creates a shared sense of responsibility across the community. Road safety is important and advantageous as it minimizes road accidents, reduces
sorry. Road safety is important and advantageous as it minimizes road safety or as it promotes community awareness and minimizes road accidents. So it's important for you to campaign for it for pedestrians, cyclists, future drivers to be safety while traveling. Thank you.
Wow, Magaziwe. Next, let's welcome Gwenya Sanziso from Ponjwane. I'm sorry, go back. Let us welcome Fagudze Magaziwe from Sibusisweni.
All protocol observed. Greeting the podium is Mawazwe Faguto from Sibusisweni High School, and I'm here to present about student participation in road safety campaigns. So, what are road safety campaigns? It is a group of people coming together to secure the safety of other people on the road. And their great aim is to ensure safety to the young and old, disabled and drunk. Road safety is vital to minimize road accidents. So, the involvement of students in road safety campaigns may help in promoting community awareness and can minimize the road accidents. So, if students from schools along the MR8 road participate in road safety campaigns, they can play a huge role to curb this problem. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, the participation of students from schools along the MR8 road like Ponjwane and Gilgal High School can help in Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, the participation of students from school along the MR8 road can help in promoting community awareness and minimizing road accidents. Students can teach their parents to contribute to this accident. For example, if the community is made aware that the livestock they keep is a hazard, parents who Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, the involvement of students in road safety campaigns may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road accidents. If students from schools along the MR8 road participate in these campaigns, it may promote in the information spreading easily. If students from homes along the community participate, the information is spread easily. Why? Because if students are taught how to be safe on the road, these help reduce death and injuries among the students using the MRA road on daily basis when coming to school. Indeed, students should participate in road safety campaigns. In addition, the participation of students in road safety campaigns may help in promoting safety. Students can indeed result to community awareness. Why? Students can indeed result to community awareness. Why? because they can reduce road accidents. They can reduce road accidents that would be, which can help. They can reduce road accident because this would be an opportunity to teach.
Wow, magaziwe. Public speaking is a skill, and it's not everyone who possesses that skill. So, and again, I don't take kind to reprimanding you. We are not here for you. Kotegan. May we welcome Ngwenya Sanziso from Ponjani.
Esteemed judges, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Standing before you is Ngwenya Sanziso, here to deliver a speech on the topic which says, student participation in road safety campaigns may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road accidents. Ladies and gentlemen, road safety is a critical issue for all of us and as students. We are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers of our community. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that our roads are safe for everyone. I firmly believe that student participation in road safety campaigns is not just essential, but also of great importance. In Eswatini, the statistics are alarming. According to recent data, road accidents decreased by 21% in 2024. Compared to the previous year, with 5,940 crashes and 161 fatalities reported from January to November 2024. However, pedestrian fatalities remain a concern, with 61 deaths reported in the same period, down from 96 in 2023. These numbers highlight the need for continued efforts to promote road safety awareness and education. Ladies and gentlemen, as students, we are not just passive learners, we are active influencers. We have the power to shape opinions, spread awareness, and educate our peers, families, and communities about the importance of road safety by participating in road safety campaigns. We can disseminate vital information about driving practices, pedestrian safety, and devastating consequences of reckless behavior on the roads. We can be the catalyst for change, inspiring others to prioritize road safety and adopt responsible behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, the benefits of road safety campaigns are numerous. By educating ourselves and our peers about road safety, we can significantly reduce the number of accidents and save countless lives. Moreover, student participation helps create a culture of safety and responsibility that permeates every aspect of our community. When students are involved in these campaigns, they become ambassadors for road safety, spreading the message to their families, friends, and communities. Ladies and gentlemen, this ripple effect can have a profound impact, shaping the next generation of drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. By instilling safe habits and practices in young people, we can create a safer, more responsible community where everyone can thrive. In fact, Eswatini's National Road Safety Strategy aims to reduce road traffic deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030. Aligning with the United Nations Decade of Action for Road Safety. So, I urge all students to join the movement. Let's work together to spread awareness, educate our communities, and promote safe practices on the roads. Let's take ownership of our roads and ensure that they are safe for everyone. We owe it to ourselves, our families, and our communities to make a difference. In conclusion, student participation in road safety campaigns is not just crucial, it's a moral imperative. By working together, we can create a safer, more responsible community where everyone can thrive. Let's make a commitment to prioritize road safety, to educate ourselves and others, and to create a culture of safety that benefits everyone. Together, we can make a difference starting today. I thank you.
Wow, Sanziso. Let us welcome Msibitanele from Gilgal.
Claims individually. Information desk. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I've been instructed by our client services manager, Mage Mtsetwa Pindile, sukuma makabatokubona nguwe lo seklisha ama claims. Sukuma nje bakubona. She holds the pen to claims. Each time there's a claim, she has the pen, she has the signature. She is asking me to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that those who have individual claims or may want to know about MVA, there is an information desk at the back, and kuna labanye labendemba claims lapha na one claim yakho ngaya. There is Fezziwe there, and her crew, Nosmilo Herbst, Besakbana Lasingwana, Besakbana Pepile, they are all going to be attending to your claims individually without disturbing the process here. Thank you, MC, for this.
Good morning, everyone. Standing in front of you all is Daniel MCB, a student from Gilgal High School. Today I'm here to talk about how student participation in road safety campaigns could help in raising community awareness and prevent road accidents. First of all, I would like to define a few terms. Road safety campaigns refers to organized efforts aimed at promoting safe practices on the road to prevent road accidents. Community awareness is defined as the knowledge and understanding community members have on various issues, which in this case is road safety. Students can raise awareness in their communities in various ways. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, they can create informational brochures and posters to distribute in schools and communities. Community members who are educated on road safety are more likely to adopt and model safe behaviors, such as wearing helmets, using crosswalks, and obeying traffic rules. As you might know that every year, millions of people lose their lives in road accidents. And the sad part is that most of these accidents are preventable. So by educating our community members on these things, we can create a safer and more inclusive environment for all. Secondly, students can advocate their peers and community members to volunteer into local road safety events, such as the one in which you are all gathered here on. The SMVAF school competition can significantly contribute into making our roads safer for all road users. As through the knowledge that we have gained while preparing for these competitions, we can now be able to go around spreading the word to other people who have no knowledge about all this on how they should behave when they are using the roads so that they stay safe. Moreover, safety fairs can be organized by students. Safety fairs are events designed to promote awareness on safe practices and provide education on road safety. Also, road safety clubs can be formed whose main focus would be on providing awareness to people who have no knowledge about road safety. You might not know that it's been SMVAF's mission to reduce road accidents. So whilst doing all this, we should remember that we are not just doing it for ourselves, but for others too. Let's all work together and reduce road accidents. We should remember that road safety is not just a rule book. It's a law to be followed. Let's follow the rules, respect the roads, and keep our streets and keep our roads safe for everyone. Thank you and stay safe.
Wow, Tenele. May we welcome Dlamini Bonagele from Mkhweli.
All protocols observed, I greet you all. Standing before you is Lamini Bonagele A from 2 learner from Kwel High School. I am here to deliver a speech on how student participation in road safety may promote on how students participation in road safety campaign may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road accidents. When I talk about road safety campaign, I mean a structured effort to persuade people to change their behavior and people to change their behavior and to improve road safety. You may ask why students? Why students participate? More people listen because we may ask why should it be students? When students participate, more people listen because young voices bring a strong message of care and responsibility to all people and remind them that the future is at risk if road safety is ignored. Students' effort can promote road safety. Students' effort can promote community awareness and reduce accident. Statistics have proven in Eswatini for the first 6 months of 2024, 78 road users died, which included 19 drivers, 20 passengers, and 3 cyclists and 36 pedestrians. You must be wondering why I'm bringing this up to you. Many people were injured and some died, including students at a young age. To abate this predicament, students' participation in road safety may help in promoting community awareness and minimize road safety. One key factor is peer influence. Students can influence their peers and family members to adopt safe road habits as their participation in safety initiatives creates a broader community impact. If we don't engage students in this critical issue now, who will be left to build a safer future? Furthermore, knowledge and behavior change. Education through schools provides students with knowledge about traffic law and safe practice, fostering positive attitude and behavior toward road safety. Should we continue to pretend that awareness campaigns are sufficient when you see the same accident happen and again and again? Last but not least, empowerment and confidence. Engaging students in road safety activities empowers them to be responsible citizens and build their confidence in navigating street safely. If we empower our students to be safety ambassadors, and we also empowering the entire community to be aware. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, Bonagele. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a round of applause for their magnificent performance? Thank you. Please take your water and go back to your places. Organizing committee.
Judges, how many minutes do you need? Judges.
Seniors, participants for public speaking, senior section, please take to the podium. Organizing committee, nabongcela nibendele kahle, nibaphe mandi. I hope you can see, students, that you don't only showcase your talent, you're also eligible for free clean water. There are a lot of benefits. And I hope by now, from the new knowledge you have just received, you will agree with them that campaigns go a long way, and you will take every campaign seriously.
You want to say something?
No.
Implementation of street government. Yourselves and make sure you're audible enough for the judges to record correctly. Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, for public speaking, for the seniors, we have two topics. On my right, they will be talking about the topic, the implementation of stricter penalties for traffic offenders could help reduce road accidents in Eswatini. And then on my left, okay, Kokiology. So, it is this side where they will be saying the implementation of stricter penalties for traffic offenders could help reduce road accidents in Eswatini. And then this side, they will be saying government should invest more in public transport and discourage use of private vehicles to minimize congestion and overloading. Okay. So, we are going to present first. They will be introducing themselves. Okay.
Esteemed colleague, honored guest, I greet you all. Standing before you is Simelane. I'm here to present on a topic which says government should invest more in public transport and discourage the use of private vehicles to minimize congestion and overloading. So when talking about traffic congestion, we're simply referring to the state where road demand excess available capacity leading to reduce and delays. Imagine for a moment a bustling city, the air is fresh, streets clear, and the harmed daily life flows seamless. Pictures a commute that is not source of frustration and stress, rather to connect with your own thought. This vision is not just a dream, it's a reality that can achieve through strategic investment in public transport. Today, I invite you to join me in exploring the transformative power government investment in public transportation system. As urban population continues, our cities faces challenges of congestion and overloading. And by more people if government invests more in public transport, will minimize congestion and overload by getting more people into fewer vehicles, creating smoother traffic flow. Traffic jams are not just an inconvenience, they are a catalyst for lost productivity, environmental degradation, and decreased quality of life. However, with the right investment, the program can turn our roads from chaos into corridors of opportunities. By prioritizing public transport, government can alleviate congestion by also foster more sustainable future. Studies revealed that every dollar invested in public transport generates multiple returns in reduced traffic delay, lower emissions, and healthier economy. A well-designed public transport network can draw people out of their cars, trains, buses, subways, creating a ripple effect echoes throughout communities. Public transport not only alleviates congestion but also reduces risks such as traffic-related air pollution, which can lead to respiratory cardiovascular diseases, asthma, air pollution, which can lead to asthma, increased risk. One can point out that congestion and overloading in roads contribute to stress, anger among drivers, leading to psychological stress. Research shows how first world countries like Luxembourg, Malta, UK, to name a few, in the rate to road accident has drastically decreased by 60% from 2020 to date because they offer free public transport, which proves that if governments invest in public transport, it will be beneficial in the society as it helps decrease congestion and overloading. Public transport not only alleviates traffic congestion but also reduces our carbon footprint, fewer cars on the road, lower emissions, cleaner environment for fewer generations. Moreover, improved public transport can allow, regardless of their economic status, travel conveniently. To achieve this initiative, we need to prioritize finding our public infrastructure such as buses, trains, subways. We should also implement policies that discourage private vehicles, congestion charges, or limited parking options. In conclusion, investing in public transport is not only just transportation issues, it is a crucial step to urban developers. Let's all work together to create a future where public transport is the first choice of all, minimizing congestion and enhancing our communities. Thank you.
Bravo. Please, before you take to the stage, please breathe in and breathe out. Yes, because we want to gather as much information as possible about government investing more in public transport. Persuade us to buy your idea so that when we leave here, if government implements that, then we say, yeah, we could tell that it's a good idea. Okay, we want to hear your research. Okay, thank you. You're next. I don't have your names. You will follow according to your sitting, okay? The way you're sitting, okay. Let us welcome her on stage.
Respective dignitaries, I acknowledge your presence. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all. Standing before you is Nompilo Gadlela from Sibusisweni. I propose on the motion that say government should invest in public transport to discourage the use of private vehicles. Indeed, government should invest in public transport to discourage the use of unmanaged cars. Using an unmanaged car on the road will cause car accidents. For example, a Toyota car that is on the road and is not well managed, and a sudden obstruction, okay, and the driver tries to stop the car, but only to find that he can't get control of it. What would then happen? Will that not be a car accident? Trust me, we really do not need those unmanaged cars, so to stop the constant car accident that happens. Secondly, if government invests, bus fares will be subsidized and money will be saved and money will go back to the pockets of the commuters. What most residents do is to greedily charge a huge amount of money, but government will charge fares. In addition, government will be punctual because they will have time of arrival and of departure. This might help workers and learners to be punctual. What most bus conductors do is to fight over commuters, forgetting that some commuters need to arrive in time to where they are heading. Government investing in public transport will save time on the road. To conclude, public transport significantly outweigh the negatives, whether because of subsidized fare or being punctual. This is why government should invest in public transport, so to reduce this unfairness and these constant car accidents occurring. Thank you for your time.
Bravo. Let us welcome him on stage.
A very good morning, honorable guests, teachers, and fellow students. Standing before you is Sincephetelo from Duze High School. Today I want to talk about a pressing issue that affects us all: traffic congestion and overloading. As our country continues to develop, the number of cars on our roads also increase, leading to frustrating traffic jams and safety concerns. I firmly believe that the government should invest more in public transport and discourage the use of private vehicles to address this issue. One of the major traffic problems we're currently dealing with in the country of Eswatini is traffic congestion. It wastes precious time needed to be utilized in much meaningful areas, causing stress for the drivers and passengers, and more importantly, but unfortunate, it increases air pollution and greenhouse gas emission, leading to what we call global warming. And the main cause of this problem is the large number of private vehicles on our roads. Another major traffic problem is overloading. In quite a number of rural areas in the country of Eswatini, many people depend in Kumbis buses and mini buses for means of travel. And this tends to be short of due to the intensity, or rather the harsh road structure of those places, leading to overloading, or overloading then takes place due to high demand and less of supply. And this becomes unsafe and uncomfortable for our passengers. And this also furthermore damages our roads faster and increases the risk of road accidents. In fact, in our country, we have the MVA institution, which deals with helping people who have been injured during car crashes and also promotes road safety. Statistically, about 6,500 to 7,000 people lose their lives every single year due to road crashes. But let me ask you a question. If the roads are safe, will there be any of the MVA? Solutions. One of the best solutions to this problem is in strong investment in public transport. Public transport has a lot of benefits for our society. It reduces the major problem of congestion in our country because one bus can carry dozens of passengers taking a lot of cars off road. And also it lowers air pollution and greenhouse gas emission, making our environment much cleaner and healthier. Also provides affordability for our low-income citizens who are not able to afford their own private vehicles for means of transport. It also saves time by reducing delays, obviously. And when more people using buses, minibuses, and kumbis for means of travel, fewer cars are blocking the road, making it much safer to travel, discouraging private vehicle use. At the same time, the government must take crucial steps. The government must take crucial steps in minimizing the overuse of private vehicles. They can introduce tolls or charges in busy areas, making drivers think twice before they use their private cars. They can improve public transport services. Such improvements can be installing air vents for airflow, Wi-Fi, mini TVs, etc., just to make people easily accept or refer themselves better in public transport. The government encourages citizens to change from their old habits and depend less on their private vehicles. Investment in public transport. For changes to succeed, our government must invest in modern, efficient, and reliable public transport systems, expand bus and train services to reach more people and run more frequently. It also involves using smart transport systems to help manage roads and reduce delays faster. Using digital signs for alertness, GPS-linked systems for transport tracking. These investments will make our transport systems more inclusive, reliable, and sustainable. I thank you.
Bravo. Let us welcome her on stage.
Prominent invitees, esteemed teachers, and reputable colleagues, I greet you all. Standing before you is the notable Anele Dlamini from Mkwali High School, and I am here to deliver a talk about a concern that impacts every aspect of our lives. Based on a topic that says the government should invest more public transportation and discourage the use of private vehicles to minimize traffic congestion. It is with a heavy heart that I acknowledge this problem. But I am here to offer a solution that, if implemented, it can help restore the safety and harmony we all cherish. You must be asking yourself right now, what kind of solution is that? Well, my solution is a clear path forward. That is, the government should invest more than public transportation and discourage the use of unnecessary private vehicles to reduce traffic congestion. Traffic congestion is a condition on the road where the demand for travel exceeds capability, resulting to slower speeds, long time traveling, and increased queuing. Before I get deep into the matter, allow me to convey a snippet of a story that recently took place in our beloved city, Mbabane. Two men got in a fight, and unfortunately one of them was stabbed. The ambulance was called, and luckily, when it arrived, he was still alive, but he was in a critical condition requiring immediate medical attention. On the way to the hospital, the ambulance was delayed due to traffic, of course, and sadly, the man's dreams were all shattered in a blink of an eye as he passed on. You must be wondering why I'm telling a tale instead of just delivering a speech. Well, I am trying to call out for immediate action from the government. The government of Eswatini must invest more reliable, affordable, modern public transportation systems. Imagine a country where buses and trains run on time, people commute safely, and comfortably, and our cities free from stress due to endless traffic jams. By strengthening public transportation, we achieved 3 major victories. Firstly, reduce traffic congestion. Fewer private cars on the road means smoother traffic flows. Secondly, safety. Proper buses and trains will reduce overloading and accidents, protecting the lives of our citizens. And lastly, economic growth. People will save time and money. Goods will move faster, and our nation becomes productive. At the same time, we can discourage the excess use of private vehicles, especially in urban areas. Policies such as carpooling, fuel taxes, and stricter parking regulations can be implemented to guide us towards a culture that values shared, safer, and sustainable transport. Let us not forget, the success of a nation is reflected to the movement of its people. If our roads are clogged or vehicles unsafe, how can you expect progress? But if the government of Eswatini invests wisely in public transportation, we can invest safely in safety, productivity, and the future of Eswatini. Thank you.
Bravo. Lwati loluvakele alufana nelwati lolungatholakali. Mina nje, I'm one person who is not of the view of using public transport. Kakhulu ngoba la ngihlala ngakhona ukhanza lamabhasi nje nayito sukita sen. But from their presentations and research, bayasho ukuthi kufuna abe modern. Lokusho athi usahamba and then you safely arrive at your destination, to your destination. So we are done with the topic. Government should invest more in public transport and discourage use of private vehicles to minimize congestion and overloading. We move on swiftly to the next topic, which says the implementation of stricter penalties for traffic offenders could help reduce road accidents in Eswatini. So I won't be coming after each speaker. Please follow each other. When one finishes, you take, okay? You take over, if you are next, okay? Yes, please, a round of applause.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Standing before you is Gunenebong Menzi, a Form 5 student from Ponjwane High School, here to deliver a talk on the topic which says the implementation of stricter penalties for traffic offenders could help reduce road accidents in Eswatini. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we have a topic. But is it really just a topic, ladies and gentlemen? But no, this is a problem that we deal with each and every day. Eswatini grapples with a huge problem, ladies and gentlemen, which is road safety. Eswatini has a toll of 24 deaths per 100,000 population. And in 2025, we've already experienced 7,294 accidents, which in those accidents, we suffered a loss of 229 citizens of Eswatini. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a cause for concern. And if we ought to take a hold of our future, this is a problem that we should deal with. In Eswatini results in death. Ladies and gentlemen, 27 road accidents result in death in Eswatini. And these are mainly accidents that occur due to drunk driving. Drunk driving, ladies and gentlemen, is a problem, but it is a controllable problem. Another concern, ladies and gentlemen, is reckless driving. Each and every day, ladies and gentlemen, we see reckless driving on the roads, and we take it lightly because it hasn't really affected. But I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, everyone of here has been directly or indirectly touched by a road accident. Either you lost a loved one, you lost a relative, a neighbor, or anyone that you might have concern for, ladies and gentlemen. But ladies and gentlemen, here in Eswatini, we have a very insightful and a visionary of a king who stated that our country should reach first world status by 2022. But ladies and gentlemen, that ship has long sailed, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we should take it upon ourselves that we make this dream a realization for our king. Ladies and gentlemen, in order for us to achieve this, we should copy from countries that have already reached first world status. These countries, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make two examples of two countries. This is Sweden and Germany. Germany, ladies and gentlemen, has only 3 deaths per 100,000 population, and Sweden has 2 deaths per 100 population. There's 2 deaths per 100,000 population, which, ladies and gentlemen, shows that only 2 people in Sweden die from road accidents, and only 3 people in 100,000 population die from traffic accidents in Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, if we ought to achieve any good result in promoting road safety, we should copy from these countries. Ladies and gentlemen, but we do have a beacon of hope, stricter penalties for traffic offenders. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have the law in Eswatini. We do have road rules. But ladies and gentlemen, it's like having a dog in your backyard that barks but doesn't bite. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our officers who try by every means necessary to make sure that our roads are safe. Ladies and gentlemen, they can arrest traffic offenders, but at the end of the day, the law should punish you for actually committing an offense. Ladies and gentlemen, here are some penalties that we could adopt as a country in order to make sure that traffic accidents decline in Eswatini. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got the problem of repeat offenders. People commit the same crime over and over again on the road, being apprehended for drunk driving or reckless driving. But ladies and gentlemen, they are released every time. But ladies and gentlemen, seizures of cars that belong to or repeat traffic offenders could help the country in reducing road accidents. Ladies and gentlemen, we can also promote a culture of responsibility in Eswatini by, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to rest here.
Bravo.
Today marks exactly the 14th day since I lost a dear friend of mine. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed judges, timekeeper, ladies and gentlemen, I am Ngosenhle Mathunjwa, currently doing Form 4 at Spofaneni, greet you all. Every hour another life is taken on Eswatini roads. The question is, what can we do to stop this alarming trend? Today, I stand before you to explore the critical question of whether the implementation of stricter penalties for traffic offenders could help reduce road incidents in Eswatini. The alarming rate of incidents on our roads is a concern that demands immediate attention. One effective solution to the problem is the implementation of stricter penalties can serve as a deterrent, discouraging drivers from engaging in reckless behavior. For instance, in Australia, the implementation of strict road rules and hefty fines significantly reduced traffic incidents. Drivers who exceeded limits or drove under the influence faced severe penalties, including license suspension and substantial fines. Closer to home, according to a Times of Swaziland, on the 2nd of February, there was an incident whereby a speeding vehicle caused a fatal incident claiming multiple lives. Had stricter penalties been in place, perhaps the driver would have not would have thought twice before speeding. By imposing stricter penalties, we can hold culture of responsible driving. Some potential stricter penalties could include hefty fines for drunken driving, mandatory driver's educational courses, license suspensions or revocation, and community service for offenders. By implementing these measures, we can reduce incidents, save lives, and create a safer driving environment for all Eswatini citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and patience.
Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Standing before you is Kosas Kosane from Gilgal High School, and I'm here to talk about implementation of stricter penalties to traffic offenders that could reduce road accidents in Eswatini. Alfex likes to define important terms. Implementation is the process of putting ideas or plans into action. Stricter penalties are harsh punishments that are given to certain individuals after breaking the law. Traffic offenders are drivers or road users that disrespect traffic laws. Road accidents are crashes or collisions involving vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians, which could result to death, injury, or damage. Stricter penalties are important because they help to stop reckless behavior on the road, such as overspeeding, driving under the influence of alcohol, and jaywalking. For example, in Eswatini, overspeeding drivers are expected to pay 200 emalangeni, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is not enough. 200 emalangeni is affordable to all, but what if we increase the price to 2,000 emalangeni? Wouldn't that stop road accidents in Eswatini? Well, also, drunk drivers are also the cause of road accidents. In Eswatini, drunk drivers are expected to pay up to 5,000 emalangeni or stay in prison for 4 years. Still, that's not enough because we still need to save our people. Drunk drivers need to pay 20,000 emalangeni or serve a punishment of 6 to 7 years. At least that will do the job. Stricter penalties are important because they help to save lives in Eswatini. The fear of going to jail or failing to pay the fines given by the police will scare drivers and other road users from committing something that is wrong on the road. For example, stubborn be suspended.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give our speakers a huge round of applause. A brief announcement from the judge's desk. We are not going to be calling out results for public speaking as of yet. May we please have debate follow on. The program director is going to direct the program as necessary. But debaters, please be ready. May I please see the shadow team from Gilgal, the one that we requested for earlier. We have to meet and hash out a few things before the debate begins. Just a quick note for public speaking, so far as juniors and seniors are concerned. When you are given a topic for public speaking, It is in your best interest as a speaker to research it as thoroughly as possible so that you can give us as relevant information as humanly possible. To note, just one thing that I picked up on as I was sitting through the senior speeches, particularly the last round of speeches we've had. We are talking about an issue of stricter penalties, a stricter fine. It was up until the last and final speaker that I heard of something to the effect of what a fine is presently. It pales in comparison to what we would expect as adjudicators. How much is a fine for jaywalking? If you're a student, you're just going to be bashed by a police officer. That's it. Are you going to stop jaywalking? The truth of the matter is not likely. Or how much is a fine for speeding? It's going to be $60. Now the question is, what happens in other countries, particularly in SADC, if you want to make a comparative analysis of such issues? You go to South Africa, for instance, speeding can cost you something around 2,500. So where is that analysis? So therefore you then begin to wonder, with such a hefty fee, has speeding really stopped in South Africa? Which then informs which side as a speaker you have to choose. I would have been better pleased if someone came up here and said stricter penalties and fines are not going to work. Instead, let's work on campaigns. Let's work on improving our road infrastructure. That would have made for a much more interesting public speech, but we chose to be linear. So now the point of advice here is, before you start on preparing for a topic, be it debate, be it public speaking, ensure that your research has been thoroughly done. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give you results a bit later on. Do take your seats. Many congratulations to all of you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause once more for their, hey, why are you clapping? For their splendid performance. We shall take a 5 minutes break. DJ, some music, please. 5 minutes as in 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sibusisweni, Mnotweni, or Mnotweni, new loy, new team, okay. Mkweli is not back, okay. Mapilingo and Spofanin, okay. This is how we are going to do it. Now the team that will start is Jiljal and Duze. Please come up.
Rules of the game. We are going to make like a swing once, so that when the others, when it's their turn, we don't. Okay, please come up. Please come and make the rules. We make them once, and then the team that is not here. Go away. We shall call the next team should be Ponjwane and Sibusisweni Kutawugcina Mnotweni nalo new team. Okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. We are going to start our debate session. Before we begin, I'd like to go over a few house rules so that we're all on the same page. So firstly, I think the most important thing we ought to talk about is time allocation. Speakers, you are afforded 6 minutes to make your presentation. That 6 minutes is going to be broken down in the following fashion. The first minute is protected. Then after the first minute, you will venture into unprotected time. What we expect to happen within this time is that the opposition team to you can offer points of information. May I please request that for points of information should only be 15 seconds and no longer, so that they are only directed as questions or points that seek clarification. If you're going to come up and argue during the given time of a point of information, that is going to be struck down and the speaker on stage is going to be asked to continue. So after the 5th minute, you are then going to have protected time again for you to wind up and complete your speech. So you have 6 minutes, 0 to 60 seconds is protected, 5 minutes to 6 minutes is also protected. From 1 minute to 5 minutes, that is unprotected time. May we please advise speakers to ask points of information when you're not the one on stage. This makes the debate more lively and it also earns you points as a speaker or team. Speakers on stage, we also advise that do not accept more than 2 points of information because that is going to speak ill of your preparedness. If you're here taking questions from everyone anyhow in any way, that means you did not really prepare. Your case is then suffering. Speakers, please remember your roles. These are the duties and expectations that should be carried out during the course of the debate. They are important so that we are able to continue with the course of the debate itself. Timekeeper, may we please alert the speakers how the time is going to be noted. Once the clock hits 1 minute, you will clap once. Once the clock again hits the 5th minute mark, you will clap once again. Once we reach 6 minutes, you will clap twice. Then a courtesy of 10 to 15 seconds is going to be afforded to each and every speaker, wherein the speaker is going to clap this individual on stage off. That is going to be marked by continuous clapping. I think that is fair. Thank you. Speakers, you will have a microphone with you. Try not to talk into the microphone as you're not on stage, so as to not disturb the other person. You are advised to share notes, but also keep your conversation to a chatter, a minimum, so that it is not disruptive. The audience is once again requested to maintain proper decorum so that we do not disturb speakers as they are here on stage. Notfeni and our new shadow team, or rather Mkweli and our new shadow team, They are now going to be the last debate we're going to have instead of appearing third on our roster. This shadow team is going to be composed of students from different schools, so if you see them in different uniform, do not be alarmed. It is all planned madness, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to begin the debate. Unfortunately, a debate needs to proceed with the chair presiding down there to call up a speaker and allow the adjudicators to note down and tally and make scores. So I will take on that role, but how I do see I'm not going to be having a mic. I will just try and shout as loudly as possible. May we please call upon the first speaker on stage. Here, here.
Wait, a minute, please.
Respective greetings to all present in the House at large. Honorable chairs, esteemed judges, my fellow opponents, and my attentive audience. Today we gather here to debate upon a crucial motion that has been brought before us, and I quote that this House believes pedestrians are the major root cause of accidents along the MR8, and this denies compensation from the SMVAF. I quote, and we stand here as the proposition team to firmly propose the motion. Standing before you is Sincephetelo Maposa, the Prime Minister of Proposition from the prestigious Gilgal High School. With me, I have my two teammates who share the same belief as me according to his motion. Sincephetelo Ndlandla, our Deputy Prime Minister, she will be giving few pointers supporting my decision. And as our Member of Parliament, we have Mate Andile, who will be summarizing mine and the Deputy Prime Minister's speeches, bringing our arguments into a natural and bringing the debate into a strong conclusion. As the Prime Minister, my duty is to introduce my teammates and define the motion. With introductions complete, I will be furthering to define the motion and also offering a short speech that will be the foundational for the proposition. Some of you may be wondering, what are pedestrians? Pedestrians are people walking along a road or a developed area. An accident is an event that happens annually resulting in damage or injury. The MR8 is the major highway of Eswatini starting from Helehele up to Lavomisa. Compensation is something received as a payment or reparation, such as money, as for a service or loss or injury. SMVAF is an abbreviation of Sincephetelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, which is a financial organization that gives out compensation to pedestrians who are victims of road accidents. We, on the proposition team, affirm the motion and agree that pedestrians are the primary cause of accidents along the MR8. You are all wondering why we say that. Firstly, pedestrians along the MR8 often cross the road without using designated crossings or footbridges where available. Many ignore traffic signals and run across highway unpredictably. This violates the Road Traffic Act, making them liable for endangering themselves and others. The SMVA's own investigation from 2022 and 2023 shows that over 65% of pedestrian fatalities occurs in non-designated areas or where they shouldn't be crossing. Secondly,
Pedestrians use mobile phones, headphones, or engage in other distractions while crossing the road, especially teenagers. Distracted pedestrians are less likely to notice upcoming traffic or signals, increasing the risk of being involved in an accident. So we on the proposition team strongly agree with the emotion, and we encourage the SMVA not to give compensation where pedestrian faults clearly exist. I rest my case. Thank you.
Clap for your hands 7 times.
Thank you, Prime Minister. May we now please welcome the Leader of Opposition on stage. Here.
Honorable judges, word opponents, and fellow debaters. I am Lusham Lota, and I stand before you today as the first speaker for the opposition side. My teammates Leto Makanya and Masanzi Swedlamin will further elaborate on our arguments. The topic before us today is a contentious one. This House believes that pedestrians are the major root cause of traffic accidents on the MR8, and this denies compensation from SMVAF. In short, SMVAF believes that people who walk along the road are the major root cause of traffic accidents on the MR8, which is hele to Lavomisa, and they should also be denied money for any injury sustained in such accidents. We strongly disagree with this notion. In the next few minutes, I will argue that attributing blame solely to pedestrians oversimplifies the complex issue of road safety. We will demonstrate that driver behavior, infrastructure, and other factors plays a significant role in traffic accidents. Let us examine the evidence and challenge the assumption that pedestrians are the primary cause of road accidents. I look forward to a robust debate and to presenting our arguments in a clear and compelling manner. It is confusing that SMVAF believes that pedestrians are the major root cause of traffic accidents on the MR8 because the road is meant for the driver, no accidents. Pedestrians use the road when walking along it or just crossing it. SMVAF is just being biased towards drivers because pedestrians utilize the road at the most minimal time, leaving the other two road users being the most utilizers of the road. One of the primary causes of road accidents is reckless driving behavior, particularly excessive speeding. This often results in devastating consequences, such as hit-and-run incidents where pedestrians are left severely injured or even fatal. What's more concerning is
The compensation processes can be biased towards drivers, as seen in SMVAF unidentified vehicle claim products, which may not provide adequate support towards injured pedestrians. According to REPS statistics, the 7 to 9 a.m. slots sees a disproportionate number of accidents on the MR8, with young pedestrians being disproportionately affected by driver negligence and recklessness. The lack of adequate infrastructure is a significant contributor to road accidents rather than pedestrian behavior. Notably, Ketewe Private School, a primary school located just a few minutes from here, is situated along these roads. Specifically, the section of the road near the school has ditches on either side of the road, forcing young learners to walk on the road itself. This puts their life at risk, highlighting the failure of infrastructure gaps designed to prioritize safety vulnerable road users, particularly children. It's imperative that we address this issue to prevent accidents and ensure safe passages for all users. Thank you.
Tim have mentioned that I'll be emphasizing on how pedestrians are the ones causing the road accidents along the MR8 road. Pedestrians are the major cause that bring SMVAF into high funding them back. Pedestrians along the RM8 road make sudden movement along the road while using the road. Pedestrians step into the road unexpectedly, such as when being distracted, not paying attention to oncoming traffic or leading to collision. Also, ignoring traffic signs, whereby pedestrians they are failing to adhere to traffic, or pedestrians are crossing the road can result into dangerous situations, especially if drivers are failing to follow the road signs. Secondly, pedestrians lack awareness. When I speak of awareness, they do not look where they are going. They do not attempt on any moving car or any physical input that is coming through them, especially being distracted by mobile devices, conversations while using the road, especially during the morning time and after lunch, where most of our schools are getting out at 4 o'clock and the road is very busy, especially considering school learners. School learners more often use the road when they are going back home, which means that they often use the road in terms of getting back home, and they are the ones who are being involved in this accident. In adding on that, walking in roadways, areas lacking sidewalks result into a tragic road accident, especially when you're taking the route from Gilgal to
up until the river. Sorry. When you're taking Sibusisweni station to school, more learners over there are involved in road accidents. Last but not least, we have more than 15 drug and alcohol liquor shops along the MR8 route, whereby more drug people and alcohol users are involved in road accidents. Impairing judgments to alcohol or drug users can lead to risk behaviors such as crossing the road at inappropriate times or location. By addressing this behavior through education, we'll reduce accidents along the MR8 route and keep our beloved learners and parents safe and not in danger. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. May you now have the Deputy Leader of Opposition on stage. Here.
All protocols observed, I greet you all. As a multitude are all gathered here to discuss an impactful motion as to pedestrians being major contributors to these tragic road accidents along the MR8 in context to either get compensation from the National Fund for I and my colleagues back to differ. I have 2 cents on the point that you've made. You spoke on pedestrians being drunk and having to cross in undesignated places. Even a pedestrian crossing the designated places or inappropriate at appropriate times, a cautious driver will definitely notice the pedestrian. Honestly, are you telling me that these motorists are operating their vehicles eyes closed? Definitely no. So such, I don't really fully concur with it. Now, let's be frank. This is not about shifting blame, but acknowledging and having to understand reality. Drivers operating vehicles, especially under the influence of alcohol, put not only their lives at risk, but those of pedestrians who are more vulnerable. The reality along the MR8 from Helele to Lavumisa is that within 10 kilometers in countership beans, taverns or bottle stores, this high concentration of alcohol outlets definitely encourages irresponsible drinking among drivers, further increasing road risks. Drivers are constantly reminded, even on the bottles they purchase, do not drink and drive. Yet many ignore these clear warnings and drive while intoxicated. If a driver causes an accident under the influence of alcohol, they should be subjected to mandatory rehabilitation for 2 to 3 months, unlike fine, which does not ensure behavioral change. Rehabilitation provides a corrective approach that addresses the root of the problem. Pedestrians are victims, not perpetrators. The SMVAF exists to compensate innocent victims, not to cover for people who engage in reckless behavior. On another note, drivers often confuse speeding with proper time management, but is arriving a minute early worth risking lives? On the MR8, this reckless urgency is evident between motorists and public transport to reach destination urgently. Reports even show that most accidents occur from 7 to 9 a.m. precisely when students are going to school and workers having to go to their jobs. The notion of African time cannot justify such behavior if lives are at stake. Road signs, particularly speed limit indicators, are not decor, yet drivers continue to disregard them, highlighting negligence. Furthermore, even when pedestrians are negligent, that driver is able to observe and be able to react and even use the horn as it exists as a safety tool. This is the leading cause of accidents on the MR8, not the pedestrians who are often the victims. Also, let us speak about the unidentified vehicle claim. When a pedestrian is hit by a car and it flees the scene and it's unable to be unidentified, how is that victim expected to continue with life? They are often left to fend for themselves, right? According to the Motor Vehicle Accidents and Regulation of 1992, compensation for such unidentified vehicle claims is capped at only 5,000 emalangeni per person or 50,000 for multiple victims in one accident. Imagine losing your ability to work and or facing medical bills for months and being told the only money you can receive is just 5,000. This shows clearly that pedestrians are not the major contributors to these road accidents. They are victims who deserve stronger protection from the fund. Moving on, government accountability cannot be ignored when discussing road safety. Infrastructure along the MI8 is poorly designed despite the fact that it's flooded with schools on either side. Speed humps such as those near Duze Primary, they have been damaged, allowing cars to overspeed in areas where young children utilize the road. Road signs are no better. Many have faded. They are unable to withstand the harsh weather conditions of the low field, yet government hasn't taken the initiative to renew any or maintain them. With 6,500 to 7,000 accidents reported annually in the country, one may ask, what is taxpayers' money really doing if such critical safety measures are neglected? Also, corruption on our roads plays a major role in accidents and endangers pedestrians. For starters, unroadworthy vehicles. Many vehicles on the road are unserviced, posing serious risks to pedestrians walking to school, to work, or even church. In addition, unlicensed drivers. Individuals drive without proper licenses and often start cautiously but gradually push limits. Unaware of road risk or vehicle safety, they lack education and official documentation, which makes them highly dangerous. Moreover, bribery. Corruption allows these risks to persist. Traffic cops accept bribes, so-called cold drinks, allowing such negligence and corruption on the roads, which clearly places pedestrians' lives in jeopardy. To suggest that pedestrians are the major contributors in such circumstances ignores these very real mental health and cognitive factors which clearly play a more significant role, as some drivers, they are dealing with depression and anxiety. They are not fully alert while behind the wheel. Come on, let's think about it. Pedestrians are minimal on the road, yet statistics show that 52% of road accidents occur which involve pedestrians whereby they are the victims. We all need to understand that pedestrians accept the harsh reality of the roads, yet they are not fully at fault for these accidents. They face these dangers daily without proper support, and it is only fair for them to receive what is rightfully due to them. My point is simple. Pedestrians are overwhelmingly victims, not perpetrators. Denying them compensation to the SMVF is both unjustified and deeply unfair. The AA should not bear blame for accidents caused by reckless drivers, poor infrastructure, or systemic failures. It is only rightfully okay for them to get what is rightfully due to them. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition. May we now please welcome the Member of Government. Here, here.
One, two. All protocol observed, I greet you all. Honored to stand before you is Andile Matse, the member of the government. And I'm here to raise before this honorable house today to propose a motion that pedestrians are indeed the root cause of road accidents. While the opposition team focuses mainly on drivers' behavior, they neglect that statistics statistical reality that pedestrians' action can contribute significantly to accidents causation. According to the national data safety, over 65% of fatal pedestrian accidents occur in urban areas. On the MR8 specifically, our documented shows that 70% of accidents involve pedestrians crossing at designated areas during hours of limitation. By the way, when we're talking about the road, we mean, when you're talking about pedestrians, we are talking about a behavior. We're looking at a behavior, how they behave while they move along the road. And when we're talking about a car, we're talking about two things that implies a behavior and a person who we assume that he is on good sense. But sometimes some get drunk, but not at good time. Our proposing team suggested that over 52% of accidents that are made by pedestrians. But to me, I have a list of a lot of evidence from the MR8 data. Report reveals that pedestrians' behavior is the predominant factor in accidents along this corridor. What about 72% of accidents involve from jaywalking? By the way, what is jaywalking? I know some of us here even jaywalk while coming here. We have to look at it. But to me, looking at the statistic that 72% of accidents involve pertaining jaywalking, and those who are victims are sometimes the school-going kid. And when we're talking about the pedestrians, we're talking about a person who is walking along the road. Even a person who has a car, once he steps down from the car, he or she is a pedestrian. So for that, pedestrians are indeed the root cause of the road accident. Continuing with my statistics, over 68% of accident road occurs from poor visibility without the reflective clothing. As our clothes, they are not meant for walking all night. But it's a pity that a lot of school-going kids, they may move around by the time of 5 to 8. And that put a lot of risk on going, and that put a risk on the road accident. Overestimation of infrastructure capability. I have heard that our opposing team say that these accidents are happening due to the lack of road. To me, that's not true. Just because even a very good road cannot make a person denies looking his or her phone while moving on the road. That means having poor road management is not the good, is not what make the accidents increase. I argue the House to reject the opposition motion and uphold the principles of personal responsibility that underpins our road safety framework. Thank you. I raise my case.
Thank you. Thank you, Member of Government. May we now welcome the member of opposition. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable judges, distinguished guests, fellow debaters. Standing before you is that speaker for the opposing side, and I'd firstly like to highlight a crucial point that our first speaker overlooked: the issue of not using designated crossings on the road. The driver is supposed to be cautious on the road at all times. It does not matter to where they are speeding to, but then if they're patient with the pedestrians on the road, if they are cautious on the road, knowing very well the road signs, then this would avoid road accidents. Moving on, they mentioned that the use of cell phones while on the road has an impact as well. As I've just said, that the driver is supposed to be cautious and patient on the road, because if they're cautious, they would be able to slow down and be patient to allow the user to see what is happening. The driver is supposed to alert the pedestrian using a horn, which I believe that every roadworthy car has, because the horns are installed in the cars for this purpose, and they must be used purposely. And I believe that the pedestrian is always in the perfect senses to hear that there's a horn from the car. And the second speaker also mentioned that the pedestrians step into the road while not noticing. Again, I repeat, if the driver is not cautious, they will not see the pedestrian coming through. But then if they notice and pay clear attention to what is happening on the road, they will notice that the pedestrian wants to pass through, and then let them through, as if they do not speed on the road. They also mentioned that traffic signs are ignored by the pedestrians. Some of the pedestrians don't even have knowledge of what these traffic signs means, because it is not all schools that get the privilege of having policemen to come into the schools and give them knowledge of what they mean. But then the drivers being licensed are supposed to know what every sign means and respect the sign, regardless of the pedestrian not knowing. They are supposed to work hand in hand with the pedestrian to avoid these accidents. They also talked about pedestrians being negligent on the road, avoiding the road signs on the road, which I've also mentioned, that the driver is supposed to work hand in hand with the pedestrians. So, because if the pedestrians do not understand, they're supposed to help them. Throughout this debate, we have demonstrated that pedestrians are not the primary cause of road accidents. Instead, we have highlighted the importance of infrastructure, the importance of driver behavior, and the importance of shared responsibility. Our opponents have failed to come up with convincing evidence to support their claims. Instead, we, as the opposing side, have proven that they've only come up with flawed assumptions. Notably, pedestrians use the road minimally to drivers and passengers. So it is drivers who should bear the greatest responsibility, as without them there would be no road accidents. The adage, no drivers, no accidents, rings true. In conclusion, we urge you to consider the complexity of road safety and the need for a nuanced approach. Let's work together to promote a safe behavior among all road users and address the root causes of road accidents. Thank you.
And this brings us to the end of our first round. May we please give speakers a huge round of applause as they descend. May the next team follow on.
Ponjwane and Sibusisweni.
I would like to call the House to order. May we please welcome the Prime Minister to open the debate for us with a round of applause. Hear, hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Standing in front of you is Mkhatshwa Lusanda, the first speaker for side proposition for the motion, which says, this House believes that pedestrians are the major root cause for road accidents along the MR, and this denies compensation from Sincephetelo MVA fund. According to Wikipedia, pedestrian is someone traveling on foot, by wheelchair or other mobility aids. I, the first speaker, will be talking about how young children as pedestrians cause road accidents. And I have Lubombo, who is our second speaker, and he'll be talking about how drunk pedestrian causes accidents. And I also have Gunanebong, who is our third speaker, and he will rebuild, and talk how illiteracy in road use and sign in pedestrian causes road accidents. For my first point, ladies and gentlemen, young pedestrians such as unattended children and kindergartners cause road accidents due to lack of awareness. Children may not fully understand road safety rules, which make them more vulnerable to accidents. In 2023, January only reported 22 accidents, and 4 of them happened along the MR8 road, with only 1 survivor who lost his leg during the accident. This child is attending St. Philomena Primary School and was the cause of this road accidents. Also, children cause accidents due to impulsive behavior. Children are impulsive and unpredictable, which may lead to sudden movements into roads and other hazardous areas. This leads to children running into roads out of nowhere and being run over by cars. Even the motorists have no time to react or avoid these accidents. This is a very sad situation, as more often of these children suffer from severe injuries, but they are not liable for compensation. A perfect example is an accident that occurred on the MR8 road near Joy Mission on your way to Hele Hele in March. A child saw a relative across the road, and he instantly rushed into the road without looking for traffic. An approaching car hit her and she died on the spot. The big question is, ladies and gentlemen, who was responsible for the accident? And is she or her family supposed to get compensated? And the answer is no. Because everyone is supposed to use the road responsibly, therefore this House believes that pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MR8, and this denies compensation from Sincephetelo MVA fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. May we please welcome the Leader of Opposition. Hear, hear.
Greetings to all in the House. our educators, my esteemed opponents, and you, my attentive audience. Standing before you is Matebula Nosizo, and I'll be opposing the motion that says pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents. Along with me on the opposition team, I have Mzebeles Netemba, who will outline that overspeeding and unmanaged cars also cause accidents. Then I have our third speaker, Avue Mavimbela, who will also emphasize that pedestrians are not the major root cause of car accidents, but they are the major victims of the road accidents. My fellow opposer outlined that everyone must use the road responsibly. There is an ounce of truth in that, but have you thought about those drivers out there who drive under the influence of alcohol, drugs, and stress? As we all know, drugs and alcohol reduce one's reaction time. So how then is a driver supposed to avoid time is reduced? So, also stress can cause accidents because a person may lose focus from driving and then brainstorm whatever is bothering them, and by then the time they get back, they get their eyes back on the road, an accident would have already occurred or about to occur, but there will be nothing to do. Also, distracted driving can cause accidents whereby a driver engages all their attention elsewhere other than driving. Let's say a driver gets notified on their cell phone that one of their relatives had passed on. Definitely, the driver will be stumped by the message, and by then, when he gets his eyes back on the road, he will have crashed or about to crash. Also, fatigued driving, whereby the driver drives while sleepy or extremely exhausted, aka drowsy driving, can cause accidents too. They become less aware of their surroundings of the road, and so they become unalert. They may be unalert of the hazards ahead, which increases chances of them being involved in accidents. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you still believe that pedestrians are the major root cause of accidents? Thank you.
Sorry, but you need statistics to base your argument. You can't just give us random stories out of nowhere. Please, statistics.
An example would be, during the ball games last year, one of the students crashed a car while irresponsibly driving because he had taken alcohol.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. May we now please welcome the Deputy Prime Minister. Here.
All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, pedestrians are the major root cause for road accident along the MRH road, and this should definitely deny them compensation from the Sincephetelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, pedestrians ignore traffic signals, and they are prone to crossing roads without checking for traffic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, alcohol disturbs judgment in people, which is why pedestrians under the influence of alcohol end up being hit by cars because they ignore traffic and traffic signals. This is a very painful situation because sometimes this can lead to a loss of souls. But when it comes to the law, these individuals should not get compensation for these accidents and injuries because these accidents are their fault at the first place, and the motorist is on the right. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2025, a 27-year-old lady was killed, and she was killed after she had a crucial accident along the MR8 road. Evidence gathered suggests that this woman had just been dropped off from another car when coming from a night of fun at a Hawini lifestyle center with some of her friends. So, ladies and gentlemen, this evidence tells us that the oncoming car hit the woman as she was crossing the road. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe that pedestrians should not get compensated for such accidents because they are the one responsible for them at the first place. Secondly, drunk pedestrians jump in front of traffic in order to get lift from incoming vehicles, which ends up causing accidents. Bars and taverns close very late at night and even at midnight, which leaves pedestrians with no option, which leave pedestrians desperate for transport home. Since most bars are located very close to the MR8 road, this leads to them walking along the road and jumping in front of traffic in order to get lift. Sometimes the cars end up hitting them. Hence causing serious injuries and sometimes death. The Sincephetelo MVA fund wants to compensate these individuals, but the bigger question is, are they really supposed to compensate them? Because the fund should be for victims and not for people who are responsible for the accident. Ladies and gentlemen, a serious accident took place on February 2025, whereby a pedestrian was instantly killed on the MR road after being hit by a car around 5:30 a.m. The Road Safety Council of Eswatini and the Royal Eswatini Police Service expressed their concerns about the non-stopping accident caused by drunk pedestrians. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is crystal clear that pedestrians are the major root cause for road accidents. Wrapping up, pedestrians who are under the influence of alcohol end up falling asleep on the roadside and end up rolling in the road, and sometimes it leads to oncoming traffic that to end up running over them. During the Marula season, Eswatini experiences a very huge rise in road accidents, especially one involving drunk pedestrians. A newspaper article dated 11 January 2019 revealed that an elderly man who was critically injured after being hit by a mini truck at Mtonyene Nyangulin. He was sleeping on the side of the road, and at some point rolled into the traffic lane, and the mini truck ran over her lower part of the boat. This is another perfect example, ladies and gentlemen, that pedestrians suffering injuries from accidents that happen on their own fault. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. May we now please welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition. Here.
This is Mzabele Netemba from Sibusisweni High School. I am not here to only present myself but to oppose the motion which says pedestrians are the main cause of road accidents.
One of the speakers in proposing team said that pedestrians must not get the compensation for accident injuries because they are the ones who cause them. You have a point, sir, but imagine a driver driving while using his cell phone and a woman who is a breadwinner trying to cross the road using the pedestrians crossing. Well, it is obviously that the distracted driver will crush the breadwinner. So what will happen to the people depending on him, on the breadwinner? Are they going to starve? No. The Sincephetelo MVA fund have to help them for their loss. Ladies and gentlemen, do we really need vehicles that will take the lives of our loved ones? So, why are we using the poison? Why are we using the poison that is killing our loved ones daily? Which is the unmaintained.
So when you're saying poison, are you literally suggesting that we ban all cars from the roads? Ma'am, that seems to be a cynical joke rather than an argument.
No, I'm talking about unmaintained cars, which are the poison that we are using along the roads. So talking about unmaintained cars, I'm talking about the cars that, such as cars that do not indicate, have a problem with the brakes, and even that doesn't have lights. Yeah. Also, pedestrians find themselves jaywalking because the pedestrians crossing are inconveniently placed. For example, at Mapagane, the crossing is placed far away from the waiting rooms, and they are not bright enough for the pedestrians to see them, this makes it impossible for the pedestrians for making safe crossing areas. So, do you still believe that pedestrians are the major root causes of road accidents? According to the study, February 25, 2025, an accident occurred in the Lavumisa MR8 public road, resulting in the death of one individual and injuries to several others. A Mazda driven by a 33-year-old man collided with a faulty Toyota, being pushed by the driver who was 51 years. So I oppose that pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. May we now please have the member of government with a round of applause.
All protocols observed. Standing before you is third speaker for side proposition by the name of Gunenebong Menz. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to propose the motion. This House believes that pedestrians are the major root cause for road accidents along the MR8, and this denies compensation from Sincephetelo or MVA fund. Ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker from side opposition just mentioned that road markings such as crosswalks are inconveniently placed. Ladies and gentlemen, these road markings were put there by engineers who are very well educated in these matters. So just because something doesn't work in your favor doesn't mean that doesn't work in everyone's favor. So you respect road markings no matter how inconvenient they are, because they are put there in order to protect you. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would rebuild my fellow teammates' arguments. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker came here and told you and convinced you without a shadow of a doubt that children are the major children as pedestrians cause road accidents in the road, which is why they are sometimes not liable for compensation. Ladies and gentlemen, she told you that children are naturally curious and easily distracted by their surroundings, which is why they sometimes get into the road without looking for oncoming traffic, which is sometimes results in accidents. Ladies and gentlemen, she even gave you evidence, undisputable evidence, even newspaper articles that further validates her argument. She also spoke to you about how young children or kindergartners cause road accidents. Ladies and gentlemen, she told you that young children do not understand road safety rules. But ladies and gentlemen, we can't say that motorists are to blame for road accidents just because the pedestrian doesn't understand the rules. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a responsibility for a school, it's a responsibility for a parent to educate their children on how to use the road, because every day in the morning you send your child to school, so it's your responsibility to make sure that they know everything that you should know about the road. She even gave you evidence on an article from 2023, which stated that 22 road accidents happened in January alone. 4 of them happened along the MR8, and only 1 survivor from those accidents. Ladies and gentlemen, even this child was found to be in the wrong because they crossed where they shouldn't have crossed in the first place. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we still firmly support the motion that pedestrians are the major root cause of accidents along the MR8, which is why they are not liable for compensation, ladies and gentlemen. The road is a responsibility for everyone, the motorist and then the pedestrian. We can't subjugate the motorist just because they're the one who went to driving school. You also as the pedestrian, you are liable to be held responsible for any misconduct that you do on the road. Our second speaker came here and told you that drunk pedestrians are the ones who cause road accidents. Ladies and gentlemen, he even mentioned that many taverns and bars along the MR8 are located very close to the road, approximately less than 30-40 meters away, which tempts people to inevitably walk along the roads trying to stop traffic in order to get lifts home, because since these bars and taverns close late into the night, which is why they sometimes jump in front of traffic trying to flag down lifts home, and sometimes they get run over by these cars. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another perfect example of a pedestrian being negligent and being run over by a car. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore you can't say that they are liable to receive compensation, since they're the one who put themselves in the firing zone of these accidents, ladies and gentlemen. Secondly, he spoke about how pedestrians sometimes fall asleep next to the road. He even mentioned an article from 2018 where an elderly man was run over by a mini truck because he fell asleep along the road. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the December holidays right now. That means that the Marula season is even around the corner. That's when Swaziland experiences most accidents. Our second speaker mentioned that this is when accidents actually happen a lot in the country, and that is solely because of drunk pedestrians or pedestrians under the influence of alcohol. He even gave you evidence that is found in the newspaper. So ladies and gentlemen, here I still firmly support the motion, but ladies and gentlemen, side opposition has failed to give us reasons why they say that pedestrians are the victims. They didn't give us any evidence, they didn't give us any statistics. And ladies and gentlemen, even right now, they're not even asking me any question to stipulate that they agree with everything that I'm saying. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to rest my case here.
Thank you, Member of Government. May we now please welcome the last and final speaker, Member of Opposition. Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, standing before you is Avuma Vimbela, representing Sincephetelo High School. I'm here to pose the motion which says pedestrians are the major root cause of traffic accidents, thus resulting in MVA compensating. Okay. Firstly,
Excuse me, young sir. Please start over, pending the disturbance on our judges' table. They are sleeping on the table, that's why it's falling. The timekeeper will signal you again. Please restart your speech.
ladies and gentlemen, standing before you is still Avuma Vimbela, representing Sincephetelo High School. I'm here to oppose the motion. Firstly, one of my colleagues on the opposing side of mine said pedestrians tend to ignore traffic signals. Now I have a question. How can you notice a signal that is faint? Not just faint, but completely blurred out, which means it is not only hard to see, even if you do notice it, you pay attention to it, you cannot understand it because it has grown old over the times, and the government is still not replacing it. Plus, you said engineers are responsible for placing the zebra crossings, but I also have a question for that too. The engineers work for government, okay, right? So which helps civilians? The government helps civilians in their daily lives, okay? So why do the engineers place the zebra crossings so inconveniently? Have a hard time using them. And they are also blurred out, which means not just the pedestrians will not be able to use it, but also the driver driving the truck will also have a hard time noticing them because of their condition. This. Recent traffic accidents. One of the most recent traffic accidents occurred in the first term, I believe. A Kanyisa transport bus was not, or a traffic accident occurred with the Kanyisa transport bus, not due to pedestrians but lack of infrastructure and livestock. The bus was trying to avoid a cow. Okay, so.
Please give us relevant information as to where you source your information, because here in Eswatini we have statistics Eswatini and the countries Eswatini where you can outsource information. Don't give us random stories, please.
Okay. What I'm speaking of right here, right now, appeared in the news. Sadly, I don't have the newspaper with me, but it was broadcasted on the news that a bus had an accident, and it was near the MRH road, currently at near Ngolwini or places like that. If there were guardrails right there, the bus would have not flipped over, but due to the guardrails, lack of guardrails, the bus flipped, and there were cliffs, not necessarily cliffs, but the road was placed in an inconvenient way. So this means pedestrians are not the major root cause of, they're not the major root cause of accidents, but the lack of infrastructure provided by the government is the is the major root cause of accidents. According to research showed by the Eswatini National Road Safety and other sources, 60% of victims are pedestrians in our country, Eswatini, which include the MRH road. Now imagine, I am a breadwinner from my family. As you can see, wearing a Gucci belt on myself. I'm going to work in the morning. Well, they say drinking in the morning is not usually the best, but some people will. As I'm currently working from home, I witnessed a truck belonging to Total Engines, all right, being driven by a drunk driver. Now, I'm certainly walking on the other side of the yellow line, the pedestrians walk, right? So, one, that driver is dealing with stress.
When you say 60% of this accident, when you say 60% of accidents are pedestrians who are victims, are they victims of drunk drivers or are they just victims who fail to use the road? Please give us clarity on that.
No, they are victims of traffic accidents. Now, let me ask you a question, sir. How can a victim be the cause? So, as I was currently saying, I was walking to work, right? And this drunk driver is dealing with stress. Baby mama's calling on the phone, the child needs money, so he's trying to fix plans in his head, not minding the road. So the moment he notices me, it's already too late. If MVA denies compensation for my death due to the fault of, if the driver is at fault, what will happen to my housewife at home? My 2 children who attend school, they would have lost source of income. So, think about it. The reason MVA was made was to provide victims with fund. And in their page, it clearly states that if a breadwinner of a home or a house is killed, MVA will be responsible for their funds, providing them with compensation. Now, Mr. Duze, the principal of Duze himself said, students are vulnerable when taking the road to school. And that clearly means that if they are vulnerable, this means they are more likely to endure harm, not only to them, but to the other pedestrians, local pedestrians. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I say, civilians are not the major, or pedestrians are not the major root cause of traffic accidents. And MVA, which was made to compensate and help pedestrians, should compensate civilians. Thank you. I'll rest my case.
May we please give a huge round of applause to our debaters. And with that, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. May we please welcome the next pair of schools.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through. Yes, we have had 2 rounds. The 3rd round, Mapilengo and Sipofaneni, please take to the podium. This house believes that pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MR8 and denies compensation from Sincephetelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. And this denies compensation. Are you ready? Okay. Can I have one of Duze students? We shall send. Duze, hurry up.
To begin the debate. Here.
With all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Standing before you is Shongeba Delisile, the Prime Minister, and we are here to propose on the motion which says, this House believes that pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MR8, and this denies compensation from Sincephetelo Motor Vehicle Accidents Fund. I will start by defining the key words. A pedestrian. A pedestrian is a person walking along the street and not traveling in a vehicle, according to the Oxford Dictionary. Root cause means the origin or source of a particular problem, and compensation refers to something, especially money, given to you by someone if they have hurt you or damaged something that you own. Road safety is a vital issue in the Kingdom of Eswatini, with the country losing more than 200 people from road accidents annually. People between the ages of 6 to 25 are frequently the ones involved in road accidents because schools along the MR8 road are situated close to the road. Statistics show that pedestrians account for more than 60% of road fatal crash injuries in Eswatini, highlighting the urgent need for safer roads and stricter enforcement of traffic laws. Pedestrians are the major root cause of accidents along the MR8 road, and this denies compensation from SMVAF because of jaywalking. Crossing the road outside of designated marked crosswalks or at undesignated areas significantly increase the risk of accidents. This mostly happens in places like near schools, as learners tend to cross the road without caution. As the government, we propose the following solutions. Firstly, building overhead bridges along busy places. Secondly, installing toll gates. These are barriers across the road where drivers or pedestrians have to pay a certain amount of money in order to cross the road. We will also propose technological solutions which include smart crosswalks. This can be done by incorporating sensors and flashing lights in the roads that are activated when pedestrians are crossing. The Deputy Prime Minister, Sewakile Nzimanze, will further elaborate on how pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MR8, and the Member of Parliament, Temaswati Dlamini will summarize on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. May we now please welcome the Leader of Opposition on stage. Here, here.
Do we really believe that pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MR8 road? Honorable Chairperson, timekeeper, esteemed judges, members of the House, good morning. Standing before you is Sincephetelo, who's currently doing Form 4, and I'm from Sipofaneni High School. As I proceed, I would like to define keywords. Pedestrian, a person walking on the street, not with a vehicle. Major, very large or important. Accident, an unfortunate incident that happens unexpectedly and unintentionally, typically resulting in danger. Denies is to deprive. Compensation, something, especially money, that is given to somebody that they has hurt you. SMVAF, Sincephetelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, MR8, this is the road from Helehele to Lavumisa. As the first speaker of the opposition side, I'll be talking about reckless driving. I'll be talking about reckless driving, drunken driving, and the second speaker, and our second speaker, Butlenhlego, will be talking about poor road infrastructure and roaming livestock. Our third speaker, who is Lenhle Dlamini, will be talking about lack of law enforcement. Before I proceed, before I proceed, I would like to rebut the point of the Prime Minister from the proposition side. She talked about jaywalking. This is absolutely true. This is absolutely not true, because we all know that almost roads in the MR8 are not well structured. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to delve and build on our case. Reckless driving. This is operating a vehicle with a willful disregard for the safety of others, meaning the driver intentionally ignores potential risk and dangers. It's a serious offense involving conscious choice to drive dangerously, such as excessive speeding, which is driving significantly over the posted speed limit or too low for road conditions. Also, some drivers tend to run red lights and stop signs deliberately, ignoring traffic signals same time. There are 1,000 consequences of reckless driving. Firstly, they are devastating injuries. Victims often suffer traumatic brain injuries, severe spinal damage, crushed limbs, and other altering life conditions. So, why is there a saying that pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MR8 road? For example, there was a tragic recent accident on the 29th of August 2025 a hatchback and a truck crashed, and the drivers suffered from severe injuries, and they both died because of the truck driver's reckless driving. The truck driver didn't wait for the traffic lights while the hatchback was coming towards, then they collided. And this was not caused by any pedestrian. Not only that, Barack Obama once said, drink and drive is a leading cause of road accidents worldwide. Thousands of people died because of drink and drive accidents. Alcohol can cause drivers to lose control of their vehicles, leading to accidents. Sometimes those accidents can lead drunk drivers to take longer to react or stop, increasing the risk of collision. Alcohol affects drivers in decision making, reaction time, and coordination, making it difficult to drive safe. Before buying and drinking this while driving, have you ever given yourself time to read what is written outside? Well, let me read. It says, alcohol reduces driving abilities. Don't drink and drive. And this explains to us that we have been warned almost everywhere with this drunken driving. Let us not go too far. According to Sincephetelo police reports, are up to 10 reported cases on August only. Now, what about the other past months that I have not mentioned? Therefore, I strongly oppose the motion which says pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MR8 road, and this which makes us to confidently say SMVA mustn't deny compensation. I raise my case.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. May we now please welcome the Member of Government, or rather the Deputy Prime Minister, is it? Yes. Second Speaker, Pro. Here, here.
We stand firm with the motion that says pedestrians are the major root cause for accidents along the MR8 road and should be denied compensation because pedestrians before crossing or not paying attention to turning vehicles can lead to accidents. As pedestrians tend to make crossing the road a familiar safety while crossing. For instance, pedestrians use their smartphones. They also wear their headphones while crossing the road, which can prevent them from not noticing the oncoming traffic. Moreover, pedestrians may misjudge their own walking speed for approaching vehicles or the timing of traffic signal phases, especially school-going kids who tend to ignore zebra crossings. Instead, they just cross anyway, focusing on their pressure and desire they have. Pedestrians are often at fault on MR8 road due to reckless behavior such as jaywalking or ignoring traffic signals. Pedestrians who sell on the road, especially in places like Ponjwane, whereby you find miners selling fruits, and Mkaya as well, because even there you find miners selling fruits like Dinei and all the likes. To add on, unpredictable behavior Unpredictable behavior and impairment is also a key factor leading to accidents along the MR8. Like standing in a roadway, lying in the street, or suddenly running into a road can catch drivers off guard. As well as walking under the influence of alcohol or drugs impairs judgment and reaction times, increasing the risk of danger. To cap this, as the government, we should introduce overhead bridges in busy areas like schools, hospitals, shopping complexes, and malls. Also, can I attend to you later? Also, we should introduce toll gates, whereby motorists and pedestrians will be expected to pay an amount of not more than 1 emalangeni per trip across that toll gate. That money is going to be used to build infrastructure, which is really needed, and will benefit the entire nation at large. It will also help motorists to reduce speed when approaching those busy areas, like schools, thus increasing the alarming rate of accident along the MR8 road. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. May I please take this time to remind speakers to offer points of information, and when points of information have been offered, it is in your best interest to take it. They are very scarce and far in between where we've seen here. So if you can take a point of information, especially, it would be nice of you to take it. Also, speakers on either side of the floor, please engage within the debate, ask points of information. And with that, may we please call upon the Deputy Leader of Opposition with a round of applause. Hear, hear.
Honorable judges, esteemed timekeeper, members of the House, I greet you all. As I rise as the second speaker of the opposition team, I will strengthen our case and also reinforce on what our first speaker has already said. It is said that the same road can be a death trap to us on an open sky. So we oppose the motion which says this House believes that pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MRA's road, and this denies compensation from the SMVMAF. Well, I had the second speaker from the proposition side. It is unpredictable that you said, okay, sorry. Let me dive into my case. Livestock is the major cause of road accidents because livestock such as cattle, goats, and sheep often wander onto road when grazing or uncollected. So by that, drivers may not notice them by the time, even especially at night. For example, early this year in Hele, a bus driver, while he was trying to save for the cow, he hit it. And so this shows that livestock need to be collected. To add on that, livestock can behave unpredictably.
Argumentative. Proceed.
To add on that, livestock can behave unpredictably, such as suddenly crossing on the road. therefore cause the driver to swerve, leading to collision. For example, in 2021, near Ndabamhloshana at 7 p.m., an ox was moving around the road, and so a driver bumped into it, but he was to blame for negligence. Moreover, another cause of road accidents is the poor road infrastructure. The MRH road lacks signage and lighting. When drivers cannot see lane division, speed limits, or pedestrians crossing, confusion arises. So accidents are likely more to happen. Also, poor lighting makes it difficult to spot obstacles and pedestrians or other vehicles, especially at night, therefore increasing the risk of vehicle overturning off dangerous sections. To add on that, roads with potholes, cracks, or uneven surfaces make driving unsafe because vehicles can easily lose balance. For example, in many cases, drivers swerve suddenly to avoid potholes, which can lead to head-on collision of vehicles running off the road. As a search conducted at Sipofaneni police station tallies the fact that more accidents are caused by livestock as compared to pedestrians. For example, yesterday near Ndabamhloshana, due to the lack of signage, a truck got into a pothole while a construction was taking place. And that proves that the lack of signage is another major cause of road accidents. Imagine driving at night in a road with no lights, signage, and head potholes. Couldn't that cause accidents? In conclusion, I feel like the proposition team failed to prove their point. And so I think I made my points clear by that. We strongly oppose the motion which says pedestrians are the major root cause of road accidents along the MR8 and therefore denies compensation from the SMVAF. So let us not confuse sympathy with responsibility, because rewarding negligence leads to more negligence and thus leading to more accidents happening. I now probably rest my case.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition. May we now please welcome Member of Government with a round of applause. Hear, hear.
Honorable judges, our opponents would have made you believe convention demands we compensate everyone, no matter the circumstances. But true convention must have responsibility. The Prime Minister of our opponent mentioned that alcohol reduces the ability to drive, and we totally agree. But let me ask, why is it always the driver that is blamed? What will happen if the pedestrian is also drunk because they also drink alcohol?
You said, why are the drivers being blamed all the times? Once you get in a car, your mind must be sober-minded,
Argumentative. Okay. Please stand to ask a question or a point of clarity, not to argue your case. Otherwise, you're eating into the speaker's time.
Thank you. My team has shown that the claim that pedestrians are a major root cause of accidents on the MR8 is not a heartless accusation, but a sobering fact led by common observation. May argue that all lives are equally valuable. But we wholeheartedly agree. But this motion is not about the value of life. It is about the purpose of a public shared fund. Every emalangeni paid into the SMVAR comes from the pockets of hardworking citizens. That money is not meant to support genuine victims. The driver who loses control on a wet road, the passenger who is injured by a drunk driver, or the pedestrian who is reward waiting at a designated bus stop. If not the victim, then who should be compensated? It is not an endless bank account designed to reward recklessness. It is true that accidents along the MR8 road involve a combination of factors such as neglected livestock abandoned along the road, more especially at night, reckless driving, and road conditions. Then let me ask, who is responsible to look after livestock? But it is also true that if we neglect the issue of pedestrians as one major source of this accident, the number of deaths will increase each and every year. I strongly believe that the SMVAR should not be responsible for compensating pedestrians. It is because they are the ones who engage in dangerous behavior that contribute to their own accident. For instance, some tend to drink alcohol and do things that put their own lives in danger. They also ignore the road safety rules, and this denies them compensation. Rather, I feel that the government should implement stricter penalties and education campaigns. Targeting pedestrians' behavior could significantly reduce the number of accidents along the MR8 road, making it safer for all of us to use. As our president has mentioned earlier, we should raise awareness about road safety rules through campaigns and incorporate smart crosswalks, and also build our overhead bridges as well as build toll gates. Dealing with people need time. And these pedestrians will help instill the input, and teaching pedestrians will help instill the importance of abiding to road safety rules. If we say every year there is a holiday all over the country whereby road safety awareness patrol, there is road safety awareness patrol. The Minister of Public Works and Transport, Lindiwe Dlamini, during the scholar patrols at Mkhuzweni this year March, in her speech, she lamented that on the MR8, it is evident that there is heavy traffic, and there is clear indication that pedestrians should be cautious when crossing the road. With all these efforts on education pedestrians on road safety rules, it is their responsibility that they use the information profitably. So we see that all these accidents, including pedestrians, will be a result of their negligence, and this denies them compensation. This House believes in justice. We must also demand that all road users take full responsibility of their actions. Therefore, we stand firm in our belief that a pedestrian negligence is a major root cause of a road accident. It is an act of justice to deny them compensation from the SMVA fund, ensuring the fund is protected for those who truly need it. We urge you to stand with us and support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Member of Government. May we now please welcome the Member of Opposition, our last and final speaker for this debate round. With a round of applause, please.
Do we want a system that protects the powerful and blames the poor, or do we want a system that ensures? Do we want a system that holds right people accountable and ensures no victim is left behind?
Honorable Chairperson, esteemed judges, timekeeper, members of the House, I greet you all. Standing before you is Dlamini Lenhle, a learner from Sincephetelo High School, where education is light. As the third speaker for the opposition, my role is to summarize this debate, reinforce our key points, and show why the opposition has clearly won this argument. The proposition case falls apart to argue. Let's quickly recap what the proposition tried to argue with. They try to argue with that their carelessness justifies removing their rights from compensation from SMVAF. But here is the truth. They fail to provide solid evidence or statistics showing that pedestrians are the main cause of accidents. They ignore the role of drivers' reckless behavior, which is speeding, overtaking, and drunk driving. We, the opposition, have clearly showed that the problem is not the pedestrian. The problem is the system. We show that pedestrians are not the major cause of the accident, are not the major cause of road accidents on the MR8. The real issues are the driver negligence, lack of proper road designs, poor pedestrians infrastructure. We explained that the SMVAF was never created to punish victims, but to protect them, more especially those who are most vulnerable. We warned of the dangerous consequences of these motions are increased inequality, blaming victims instead of fixing the system. This debate is not just about statistics or policy. It's about justice and human dignity. Do we want a system that protects the powerful and blames the poor? Or do we want a system that holds right people accountable and ensures no victim is left behind? The proposition has failed to make a fair or logical case. We, the opposition, have stood for truth, fairness, and human rights. According to the research done by Sincephetelo High School debaters with the Sincephetelo police officers, about 40% of road accidents are caused by lack of law enforcement. Without active enforcement, there is an increase in traffic violations. Before you make pedestrians the scapegoat for a broken system, the government needs to fix the law. Because without law enforcement, unroadworthy vehicles with faulty brakes, lights and tires stays on the road because of the corrupt police behavior. Corrupt police traffic behavior, instead of enforcing law fairly, some officers target drivers for bribes. Have you ever asked yourself why your unlicensed and underage friends are operating vehicles without being penalized? It is because of the corrupt system. Who accepts bribes? And will you still be labeling pedestrians as the main root cause of the road accidents? So, with that, I urge the government, I urge you, my fellow opponents, that stop making pedestrians the scapegoat for a broken system. With that said, I rest my case. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our third round. May we please give a huge round of applause to our speakers. Please do take your seats. And thank you very much for an insightful debate.
Yes, now we have come almost to the end of our debate. Last round. It's the new team and Mkweli. The new team and Mkweli, please come up.
It is imperative for all our drivers to exercise extreme caution as they drive through the rain or on wet surfaces after it rains. The rain may bring obstacles onto the road such as loose sand, mud piles, twigs, holes, and pebbles. To ensure that you arrive at your destination safely, please make sure that your tires, wipers, and lights are in good working condition, and that while driving, you slow down and keep a safe following distance. Stay safe. Drive with caution.
That it is a combination of students. So we want to emphasize that no team or school is being knifed. We are doing our level best to ensure that everyone who was slated to participate does so during this event. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to open the debate. May we please have the Prime Minister on stage with a round of applause. Here, here.
A lovely afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to today to Lubombo School Debate. My name is Sincephetelo, and today I'll be talking about pedestrians being major contributors to road accidents, hence should be denied compensation from the SMVAF. Before I proceed with my speech, I take pleasure in introducing my lovely second speaker, Daniel MCB, who will be talking about careless pedestrians on the road, and my respected colleague, the third speaker, Mamba Maibongwe, who will be summarizing our points. Road safety is a shared responsibility between drivers and pedestrians. While many people might assume pedestrians always have the right of way, there are situations where pedestrians' actions can contribute to road accidents. Understanding these scenarios and the potential legal implications can help both pedestrians and drivers navigate roads more safely. Unfortunately, pedestrians violate safety rules, leading to increased risk of accidents. Common violations include ignoring pedestrian signal during peak hours, whether crossing against a red light, or failing to yield to a traffic police officer's command, at which it is very common and it's MR8. These people should not be compensated for not adhering to the road safety laws. Remember, this is money we are talking about and should be spent wisely, maybe by improving the country's infrastructure, thus boosting our rising economy. Also, these may include all sudden movements into traffic because of pedestrians under the influence of alcohol and drugs, which can lead to impaired judgment and reaction time. Journalists from the country have recorded 100 deaths along the MR8 in 2025 at Hamburg after a drunk pedestrian crossed the road without checking vehicles. This shows the recklessness of pedestrians. As I conclude, Understanding pedestrian responsibility and potential liability can significantly enhance safety on the roads by following traffic laws, prioritizing awareness, adopting safe walking practices, and pedestrians can significantly reduce these accidents should they adhere to safety laws. Remember, cooperation and drivers are essential for creating a safer traffic environment for everyone. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. May we now please have the Leader of Opposition. Here.
Honorable judges, worthy opponents, and the whole floor at large, I greet you all. I'm Melissa Kamete, a proud student of Mkweli High School, and I'm here as the leader of the opposition team. Here to oppose the motion which says, this House believes that pedestrians are the major root of road accidents along the MR8, and this denies compensation from the Sincephetelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. I rise today against this motion because, according to my understanding, this motion implies that when pedestrians are in an accident along the MR8, they receive no compensation, and that leaves me greatly puzzled. But fear not. Today I plan on clearing your misconception by showing you that pedestrians are not the major root of road accidents. I'll also reveal to you the true major causes of these accidents and further give you solutions and alternatives to consider to reduce these life-threatening accidents. Before I go any further, I would like to start by describing the MR8 road according to my understanding, not statistics, because I believe that I will be able to explain it better because I live around it and experience all the things that happen in the road. The MR8 road is a one-way road from Helehele to Lavumisa, with a lot of sugarcane farms along the road, with a ton of heavy and heavily loaded trucks and buses moving up and down, and there are sometimes cows in the middle of the road, with faded and some broken signage, and few crosspaths with potholes on the road.
POI.
Denied. Mr. Speaker, my opponent has presented some arguments, but I must respectfully disagree with their conclusion. While they claim that pedestrians are the primary cause of road accidents, I argue that this is an oversimplification of a more complex issue. There are multiple contributing factors of road accidents, such as distracted driving, speeding, drunk driving, fatigue, poor vehicle maintenance, and design flaws, along with poor road and adverse weather conditions, which are often the fault of the driver and sometimes of nature. It pains my heart to know that simple and little things, such as eating and even adjusting the radio while driving, can cost a life, as it significantly reduces a driver's reaction time and focus in case of an accident. Moreover, along the MR8 road, stop signs have faded and some are broken. Speed humps no longer do the intended purpose, which is to slow down speeding cars. And in some areas, using my school area as an example, the zebra crossing marks on the road have faded. Along the same road, the yellow line markings on either side are no longer visible, and this makes it hard for pedestrians to know if they are within their walking zone or not. To add, the SMVAF has a mission statement, which is to effectively provide quality medical treatment, rehabilitation, and compensation for motor vehicle accident victims, and to collaborate with stakeholders in the prevention of road traffic accidents through implementing global best practices. Then what does the fund mean when it claims that pedestrians are the major root of road accidents along the MR8? Hence, this denies compensation. Does this actually mean that these motor vehicle victims that they claim to provide quality medical treatment, rehabilitation, and compensation for are not compensated because the SMVAF knows very well that even if a pedestrian is a victim of a motor vehicle accident and it's the pedestrian's fault, there is no compensation? Doesn't the fund care about all the lives lost each time an accident occurs, or the lifelong disabilities, not to mention the severe injuries sustained due to the fund's failure to take immediate actions? There is a great need for adult supervision for the school children when crossing the road. So I suggest that the fund hires people to help young and innocent children cross the road before they lose their lives. Because according to my information, the fund makes 49 cents per liter each time car fuel is bought at the filling station. So as big and as busy as Eswatini is, how much money do you think the fund makes if 2,000 motor vehicles buy fuel per day? Yes, that's right. So why aren't there no more of these education and awareness campaigns and consistent permanent safety measures to educate both children and adults on road safety? To conclude, compensating for sustained injuries for victims does not change the fact that they've been hurt. In fact, it does not even amount to the amount of trauma that they get. So now if the fund also denies them compensation, that's a double blow to them. So to deny compensation for SMVAF based solely on the premise that pedestrians are the major root of road accidents along the MR8 would be unjust without considering the specific circumstances of each case and the multifaceted nature of road accident. Each accident must be evaluated based on its unique factors, including driver behavior, vehicle condition, road condition, and pedestrian action. I rest my case.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. May we now please welcome the Deputy Prime Minister with a round of applause.
Good day, everyone. I am the second speaker for the proposing side, and I am here to build on the strong foundation laid by our first speaker. First of all, I would like to ask our first speaker a question. These cows that you are talking about, they are led by people. So does that not make them pedestrians? Of course they are. With that said, I would like to continue with my business. Today, we argue that pedestrians are major contributors to road accidents and therefore are denied compensation from SMVAF. Pedestrians are often careless on the roads. Many cross highways unlawfully, ignore pedestrian crossings, wear headphones while walking, or use phones while crossing roads. Such behavior shows a blatant disregard for road safety. If a pedestrian causes an accident through their own negligence, why should they be compensated? Secondly, compensating careless pedestrians promotes irresponsibility. When they know they will receive money regardless of their actions, they become less motivated to follow traffic rules.
POI?
Denied. Denying compensation to at-fault pedestrians will encourage a greater caution and discipline on the road. As pedestrians, we learn to walk at an early age. So is it not our fault? So is it not our responsibility to know how to behave when we are using the roads? Last but not least, pedestrians contribute to road accidents by walking on the road, by walking on the sideways when available. By walking on the road walkways. By walking on the road whilst walkways are available, and this increases the risk for collisions. I raise my case. Thank you.
Thank you, DPM. A reminder again to speakers. If points of information are offered, please do accept at least one. It is in your best interest to engage with the other speakers during the course of the debate. And with that, may we now please welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition. With a round of applause, please.
All protocols observed, I greet you all. Standing before you is Anel Dlamini from Mkweli High School, the second speaker of the opposing team, and I am here to oppose the motion that states pedestrians are the major route of accidents along the MR8, and this denies compensation from the Sincephetelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, known as the SMVAF. To begin with, our adverse, can you compensate cows? And do you forget that cows are not always led by people? Now, I strongly stand against the motion because I believe that drivers hold a greater responsibility on the road than pedestrians, as they are the ones who are trained and licensed, not pedestrians. Drivers are also the ones who control a machine waiting over a ton, capable of causing death, even with the slightest mistake. Denied. So, if you hold the key to kill someone with just one mistake, why not bear greater responsibility on safety? Drivers are also the one carrying greater knowledge about the road, not a grade 1 student who's just trying to cross the road to get to school. Moreover, driver negligence is the real culprit. How often do we see drivers recklessly driving? A 2023 African Road Safety Report stated that speeding contributes 30% of road accidents in the region. And according to Eswatini Road Safety Annual Report 2022, 70% of accidents are linked with driver area, not pedestrian action. The MR8 has been marred with a string of accidents due to drivers losing control of their cars. Last year, Dream Quali primary students were walking on the road from school, on the right side of the road, and on the walking side of the yellow line, which had faded, by the way.
POI, is it the pedestrians' problem?
Yeah. I was going to get to that.
Okay, thank you so much.
I said, 3 learners were walking from school on the right side of the road, and on the walking side of the yellow line. And unfortunately, a speeding car came to them, and it lost control and went straight to them. When they tried to run away, it hit all of them.
POI?
Denied. Hit all of them. So, one died, and the other sustained severe injuries. So, how can you say pedestrians are the ones causing accidents?
POI, what is your definition of pedestrians?
Denied. Thank you. You asked earlier if it is the pedestrians. What did you ask? Thank you for asking that question. It's not the pedestrian's duty, it's the SMVAF. So don't claim that pedestrians are the major route of accidents. So you cannot blame pedestrians for that. Blame the SMVAF for that, not pedestrians. Why should pedestrians bear the entire blame when drivers violate rules daily, speeding, driving while intoxicated, texting while they're driving, overtaking dangerously? If drivers respected road limits, wouldn't most accidents be avoided? Furthermore, road accidents are caused by infrastructure and lack of pedestrian facilities, not pedestrian. Many stretches of MR8 lack footbridges, proper walkside, and safe crossings. For instance, all the way from Hele past my very own school and kilometers further, there are no overhead bridges. Pedestrians are forced to take risk and share the same road with speeding vehicles because infrastructure does not cater them. The Traffic Act in Eswatini places responsibility on both drivers and pedestrians, as the road is a shared space and drivers and pedestrians must coexist safely. Why should blame tilt entirely on pedestrians? Are you saying that the lives of our mothers, fathers, and your children are worthless compared to convenience of drivers? Isn't it ironic that the very people most vulnerable are being accused of causing accidents? Pedestrians are victims, not villains. In fact, according to a 2021 WHO reports in road safety in Africa highlighted that pedestrians and cyclists form a large percentage of fatalities, not because they cause them, but because they are the ones who suffer the most when drivers lose control of their cars. Pedestrians are not a major route of accidents in MR8. Reckless driving, lack of infrastructure, and systematic issues are. Denying them compensation is unjust, unsupported by statistics, and ignores the real problem. Causing fatalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition. May we now please welcome the last and final speaker from government, Member of Government, with a round of applause, please.
Famous Shakespeare once said, "The road doesn't forgive mistakes, whether you're behind wheels or on your feet." So, throughout this debate, we've had excuses for pedestrians' carelessness. Let us be clear, the road is a shared space and not a playground. So, that this is not just unfair to responsible road users, but it is extremely dangerous. So my dear opponent said that she lives around here. So my question exactly is that, is she always on the road 24/7? Okay. And then who exactly is responsible for teaching the children on how to cross the road? Whom are we to blame? Well, my lovely colleague stated that walking under the influence of alcohol can impair.
Do you mean that when you say the road is not a playground, do you mean that when pedestrians are walking, they are playing?
No, they're not playing, but they're walking because they do not have cars. Thank you. My lovely colleague stated that walking under the influence of alcohol can impair judgment and reaction time. They denied. They further mentioned that compensating careless pedestrians can promote irresponsibility. So, should funds meant to support true victims be drained by those who cause the very accident they suffer? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you all.
Thank you, Member of Government. Final speaker for the debate round, Member of Opposition. Whenever you are ready, the stage is yours.
All protocols observed, I greet you all. Standing before you is Sincephetelo from Fowlena at Mkweli High School. Honorable judges, honorable judges, worthy opponents, and fellow debaters. As the third and the last speaker on the opposing team, I stand before you today to argue against the motion. This House believes that pedestrians are the major root of road accident along the MR8, and this denies compensation from SMVAF. To summarize the entire argument, while road safety is a pressing concern for all of us, I strongly disagree with the proposition that pedestrians are the primary cause of accidents along the MR8. In fact, I believe that this motion is not only misleading, but also unjust. Today, we've demonstrated that blaming pedestrians alone oversimplifies the issue and that denying compensation to vulnerable road users isn't justified. My first and second speaker have just elaborated, and I'm going to summarize. Firstly, there's lack of infrastructure, the major contributor. The MR8 is a major road with high traffic volume, but it lacks adequate pedestrian-friendly infrastructure. Footpath pedestrian crossing and street lights are scarce, forcing pedestrians to share the road with vehicles. This neglect by authorities has contributed significantly to the risk of accidents. If the government invested in building pedestrian-friendly infrastructure, we will see a substantial reduction in road accidents. Denied. Furthermore, driver negligence, the leading cause of accidents. Statistics show that most road accidents are caused by driver error, including speeding, reckless driving, and failure to yield to pedestrian. In fact, according to the World Health Organization, driver error accounts for 80% of all road accidents. It's unfair to shift the blame solely to pedestrians when drivers are often the ones at fault. Moreover, vehicle maintenance, a critical factor. Poor vehicle maintenance, including faulty brakes and tires, also contribute to accidents. The condition of vehicles on the road is often beyond the control of pedestrians. If a vehicle is not properly maintained, it's only a matter of time before an accident occurs. To add, there's pedestrian vulnerability. Pedestrians are the most vulnerable road users, and their actions are often a response to the lack of infrastructure and behavior of drivers. Pedestrians are not the primary cause of accidents. They are often victims. By blaming pedestrians, we are essentially punishing the victims of a system that fails to provide them with a safe environment. The motion also implies that pedestrians who are involved in road accidents along the MR8 should be denied compensation for SMVAF. I assume that SMVAF refers to a fund or scheme to compensate victims of road accidents. Denying compensation to victims of road accidents based on their mode of transport or presumed fault is unfair and unjust. Every victim of a road accident deserves support and compensation regardless of their role in the accidents. So, what can we do to reduce road accidents along the MR8? Firstly, we should invest in building pedestrian-friendly infrastructure, including footpath, pedestrian crossings, and street lights. Secondly, we should educate drivers on road safety and enforce traffic laws to reduce driver negligence. And finally, we should conduct regular vehicle safety checks to identify and rectify maintenance issues that contribute to accidents. I'm only summarizing my first and second speaker's points. If you didn't get them, what difference will it make now? In conclusion, while pedestrians do play a role in road safety, they are not the root cause of accidents along the MR8. The lack of infrastructure, driver negligence, and vehicle maintenance issues are most significant contributors. By blaming pedestrians, we are not only misplacing the blame, but also denying justice to victims of road accidents. Having that being said, I would like to suggest to the panel of judges that we win these arguments because we've clearly stated and explained reasons as to why pedestrians are not a major root of road traffic accidents. We've even went as far as suggesting alternative solutions that the SMVAF could implement to mitigate road traffic accidents. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Please give them a round of applause for their marvelous performance. You know, I'm overwhelmed with joy. Can we give a special round of applause to the new team? You know, this style of debate, we usually say, requires learners who are able to think on their feet. And the new team proved us right. Thank you, new team. I'm happy that I wasn't part of the adjudication. You know, I felt like a cat. There was meat this side and milk this side. When team proposition was presenting their arguments, I would agree with them. Team opposition, when they present, I would also agree with them. So I would have dismally failed to adjudicate today. I hope the relevant stakeholders are going to put this new information we have received today into fruition and make the saying, knowledge is power, and put it into use. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end. We are left with speeches and presentation of results and presentations. But looking at the clock, singakhuluma yini sibesidla or sivele siqede sidle sihambe. Labathi siqede abathi ay labathi sikhulume sibe sidla abathi nay. Okay, the eyes have it. Sitawufika ekugcineni. Thank you. Ngibese sengiyasho ukuthi ngicela adjudicator khona lafuna ukusho.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again. So from the adjudication bench, it is going to be brief. We want to present an outline of what the debate should have necessarily been. We hope to make this as brief as possible. Also because once we give results, the individual feedback is the only thing we can offer. We are not going to painstakingly go through why you won and how you actually became the victor for each round. So briefly, we are just going to look at the expectations of who eventually won. So the first thing that we want to note is the fact that this debate, it was not a generic topic that is open to interpretation, so to speak. It is something similar to a case study. We are looking at evidentiary sources that support evidence of things happening along the MRA route. So to speak as if you're speaking for any other accident or any other situation, it then becomes removed from the context of the debate. The debate is in two folds. Firstly, the issue of pedestrians being the major root cause of accidents along the route. That is the first issue we need to debate. And this, according to our observation, was the one aspect of the debate that was handled. The issue of whether or not compensation, therefore, should be rescinded from these accident victims, it was largely left unattended. That was unfortunate. So what we hoped to see during the course of the debate is that, firstly, empirically speaking, the evidentiary sources that we have, is it really the cause of a pedestrian for us to see that there has been an accident? In what turn are we interpreting a pedestrian to be responsible? Is it because they are the direct cause of the accident, or is it because they are suffering the harms of the accident? And we have spoken at length about accidents in general. We've been throwing numbers of how already we are reaching 7,000 something accidents. How many of these accidents are as a result of pedestrians? So if you're saying that people have suffered harms along the road, how many people were injured thus far? I remember when we had the initiation meeting down at Spofaneni, we requested that the police service furnish us with this information. It was very important, therefore, for teachers to go out and seek the statistics as we have them that are lived along the route for which we are arguing. If we're going to argue that there are drink driving cases, in earnest, how many of them have been caught along this route, not just in the country, because that defeats the purpose of the debate. So the first thing that we wanted and hoped to see is that this should have been an intentional and deliberate adjudication of the matters and issues that are affecting the route specifically, not the country. You could do an analysis and compare the things that are happening in the country against this route. That would have been perfect. And as second part of the debate related by many speakers, the effect of compensation being rescinded, the effect of participants or victims not getting any monies for medical care or for whatever harms they've suffered, must have been argued and debated on during this session. What is it that validates the offer, the compensation to be removed? So many things could have been said. For instance, we live and breathe in this country where the common phrase is "Ngishayise ngawuthola MVA." These are things that speak to the attitude of the pedestrian, that speaks to the attitude of the driver, the motorist himself. These are some of the things we would have hoped were incorporated into the debate itself to show that no, what we're suffering mostly is not necessarily a victimhood problem. It is a mentality problem, that you're going to go out there and think, oh, if I've been hit by a car, then I am due to be compensated, regardless of the fact that I am the direct cause of the accident. These are the issues and things we would have hoped would have been interrogated. So as we give you the results later on, speakers, you are advised to come for individual feedback, but we do not hope to then exhaust at length why this team won specifically or why you lost. But if you do want to find out how you can be better as a speaker, how you can grow in public speaking and debate, do see any of the judges that are sitting before you. We're making individual notes so that we can come back to you and tell you how to improve in your presentation, what needs to be worked on. Stage fright is something that has been common here. It only takes you debating over and over again and standing in front of an audience to get free of the jitters that we almost always get. But ladies and gentlemen, I would really love to congratulate all of you here that presented, that debated. You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
It's time for speeches, ladies and gentlemen. May we welcome, down here I have Honorable Member of Parliament. I haven't seen her, but I can see our esteemed she has sent a representative. Okay. May we welcome the Honorable Member of Parliament. I can't read what you are saying. So tati chaza, siyabonga.
Angivusele nje ekusene egameni lika Jesu lo lokhulumako labangamathi ngosifiso gadlela lolunga leParliament laseGilgali inkundla sitawubingelela nje baphathi bethu lomelele babenatcom sibingelele tiponsa tethu taka MVA sibingelele emajudges ethu labe kasijajela kahle kulabantwana bethu labakhuluma singisi lesihlena kangaka lokusho ukuthi sibona abo director bakusasa muhle nemsebenzi lo wenziwa bothishela singawukhohlwa ngoba siyabona lokuthi le level iyakuphi nekuthi ke sibonge kakhulu kulomsebenzi lomhle kangaka lebasichubele wona nemedia yethu lokuthi nje kubonakala ukuthi bantwana etikolweni yini lebayendako lokuthi abakhuthata nabo nase babona ukuthi nabo bayavela kubomabona kuthe bese sekwenda nabo lokuthi batibone lokuthi vele intuthuko ikhona nekuthi laba education nje lomelele ba education so yabuka nje ukuthi kulendzawo ya lesemakhaya letinjengalabo Gilgare bosiphofaneni bosibusisweni boduze uyabona nje ukuthi kukhulu okwendekako naye sotafika report etikweni ukuthi ayi kushubile lela sisuka khona lokusho ukuthi nako sitha sikuphakamisa siphamise nje kubonga kuko lokho nekuthi siyabonga nje lokuthi lo msebenzi uhambe ube imphumelelo uzofike kulesigaba lokiso siyabonga nje mphathi lihlelo ukuthi uyabona nawe lokuthi lana uyadideka lokuthi nalamajaji adidekile na ukuthi atawenda njani kodwa nje kugcineni lokusijabulisa ukuthi wonke umntwana shothi khona lekade akuthola nakathi nje ufane nakati uyabona kati wabeka lubisi ngala wabeka inyama ngala ugcina fila ngingadli lutho lokusho ukuthi ke siyakubonga nako lokho naye nje uyabona lokuthi kushubile sithi asiphakamise kubonga abantu bethu lo msebenzi lomhle kangaka lenwendako lwati ke vele lwenda ukuthi umuntu angalahleki noma ngabe ufuna kuya kuphi lubaluleke kakhulu ngoba kunengile sikufundzako sesiyabona nje ukuthi hayi senikhulile kunengile senikufundzile le live liyathuthuka liyaphambili kakhulu nami ngicela kuba mfishane siyabonga nje kuphumelela kwemsebenzi ngiloko lesikubongako amen.
Asimphinzeni ngetandla kusibambisa. Niyathandza kushaya tandla, niyathandza kushaya tandla. Asimshayele intandla kusibambisa esikhathini. Siyabonga, ngiyaxolisa ukuthi bengingakwadi lunga lelihloniphekile. Ngicela nyalo simukele REO.
Honorable Member of Parliament present, Sincephetelo MVA, personnel, the Road Safety Council, the reps, valued members, particularly the English department, adjudicators of the day, our key stakeholders, the learners, and to safely say all protocols observed would be the utmost best I can do. On behalf of the REO, Mr. Arisi Dlamini, may I humbly extend his profound apologies for having to leave this arena unceremoniously. This is due to the Nkwe mantra under which we are living these days. He found himself double booked for another event. Kube bengabeka ngeSwati bengthi inovya ka REO ibambe mapapa. Having said that, he gave me only 7 words, and I want to call them the 7 words of the REO and then take my humble seat. Now, he said, once I'm done with the 7 words, you'll know I'm done, because I don't want to add, I don't want to even water down what he asked me to say in this important activity. He said the learning environment has been today made safe, fun, exciting through these creative learning activities and that are beyond the pedagogies of the classroom. He went on to say, awareness like knowledge is God. Bantu bam bayabhubha ngoba beswela ini, lwati. That is the second thing that he said. He went on to say, ladies and gentlemen, it has been brought to our attention today that our roads are our way, the life, the truth, and our resource. And therefore, it is paramount that we decree safety and we also declare safety on our roads. He went on to say he greatly appreciates the proactive attitude than the reactive attitude that has been displayed today. To anchor that, he said, African traditional religion subscribes to the idiom, lidloti liyabhekelwa, meaning, umhlaba uyengcayelwa, yengcaya yehe, and kwasha, ngumgwaco lo, ngumhlaba lo, uyahlonishwa. Furthermore, he said, he has observed that learning is now bursting at the seams of the stereotype classroom, the stereotype home, and also the stereotype church. And this speaks to the sustainable developmental goals through of which our ministry is trying to align itself. More, he observed as well that you are inculcating values such as respect, such as discipline, such as self-belief and confidence among our learners, and also informed or researched views. He went on to also say, I should share that self-confidence, Banfabam, is an opportunity grabbed with both hands. And it takes a discerning spirit to be able to discern that window of opportunity. And every virtue needs to be nurtured. Because ayithengwa e-pharmacy nase-Shoprite. Challenge each and every one of you as a specialist in religion to road safety through the lens of the Bible, which is a call upon stewardship and dominion, which has been oftentimes misconceptualized. Lastly, he said, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for teaching the young, because as you teach the young people, you are empowering the community and you are challenging the world to engage itself towards solutions than problems. And lastly, while we do that, we are assured to have a better space to live in. I thank you. May the good Lord bless you all.
Thank you, Inspector Sambo, for representing the REO so well. I hope he will get the chance to listen to your speech. At this point in time, may we welcome Royal Eswatini Police NATCOM.
Program Director, REO, MVA, lilunga le Parliamente, Madam Shabalala, my Road Safety Council Chair. My name is Rafael Masego. I am the Senior Assistant Commissioner of Police, standing in here for the National Commissioner. I am not the National Commissioner. he is held up by other duty exigencies. So I am here representing him. Before I go through his speech, on my behalf, thank you very much for everything that we have witnessed in this house. The learners were just superb. They were just marvelous to listen. I was also like madam on my side here. I didn't know which side to go, because you were all on the right spot. You were all on the spot. What causes accidents? It is human behavior. Human behavior is the cause of accidents. You may be a driver, passenger, pedestrian. You are a cause of accident on the road. Human behavior. You fail to do the right thing, an accident occurs. So I don't know how the judges will come up with all this. It is upon the judges. Before I go through the speech, may I come up with statistics towards we are talking about. We are more concerned as the Royal Eswatini Police about the devastating accidents occurring in our country's roads. I will narrow it down to MR8, as one has raised the concern. MR8 corridor. In the year 2024, 9 road deaths were witnessed along this corridor. Out of the 9 road deaths, 4 were pedestrians. That is the year 2024. Current year, from January to August, we have witnessed 10 fatalities along MR8. And out of the 10, 7 were pedestrians. 7 were pedestrians. We do have other accidents along this road, but I'm just highlighting where we lost the lives. We do have other accidents, like serious road accidents. We do have accidents where there is just damage. May I come to the speech, National Commissioner's speech. Director of Ceremonies, government officials present, Sincephetelo MVA Fund, accident prevention officers, teachers present here, judges, of course, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today at this remarkable event. I commend the schools that participated in this debate. Your insightful arguments and passionate presentation demonstrated a profound understanding of critical issues related to road safety in Eswatini. I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this debate. Your hard work, dedication, and meticulous planning have provided a valuable platform for our young people to engage on these important topics, fostering critical thinking and public speaking skills. This support to those affected. A special thanks to you, Sincephetelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, our stakeholder, for your generous sponsor of this event. MVA Fund is committed to road safety, and it extends beyond providing compensation to victims of motor vehicle accidents. It includes proactive measures to prevent accidents and promote responsible road usage. Your investment in this debate demonstrates a clear understanding that education and awareness are vital to creating safer road users at Eswatini. Today's debate covered crucial aspects of road safety, and I would like to briefly address the key topics. One being pedestrian as a major root cause of accident along MR8. The debate surrounding whether pedestrians are a major cause of accident along MR8 is a complex one. It requires an exact understanding of road user behavior, infrastructure, as well as enforcement. While it's important to analyze pedestrian behavior, we must also consider other contributing factors such as driver negligence, speeding, and inadequate road infrastructure. The MVA's role in this context is not only to provide support to those affected by accidents, but also collaborate with road safety stakeholders in preventing traffic crashes through the implementation of global best practices. Public speaking topics. Junior students. Student participation in road safety campaigns. The junior speakers eloquently highlighted the importance of student involvement in road safety campaigns. Targeted and relevant education and public awareness campaigns are the best way to change how people think about road safety and keep everyone safe on the road. Bayibeke kahle lokuthi they can to the outside community there when they get back home. They can be our ambassadors and preachers. Investigation reveals that road safety campaigns that focus on changing behaviors are more effective when people understand why people take risk and how crashes happen. School-based programs can play an important role and be effective with communities. By actively participating in road safety campaigns, students can promote community awareness and contribute to minimizing road accidents. Their fresh perspectives and innovative ideas are invaluably enriching a wider audience and fostering a culture of safety. The senior speakers presented compelling arguments on the potential of Duze road accident in Eswatini. Stricter enforcement of traffic laws can be effective in deterring drivers from engaging in road naughtiness. It is crucial that penalties are constantly reviewed and backed by sufficient enforcement. In conclusion, the insights shared today reinforce the importance of a multifaceted approach to road safety. These include education, stricter enforcement, infrastructure improvement, and promoting public transportation. as alluded by one group which was debating on promoting PSV introduction by government. I would like to assure you that the Royal Eswatini Police Service is committed to working with all stakeholders to create a safer environment for all road users. We will continue to enforce traffic laws, educate the public, and collaborate with organizations like MVA and other safety stakeholders. The road safety strategies. I encourage all of you, especially the students, to continue being advocates for road safety in your schools, communities, and homes. Your voices matter, and your actions can make a difference. Once again, thank you to the organizers, participants, MVA, for making this event a resounding success. Together, we can build a future where our roads are safer for everyone. I thank you. God bless you. Ngakahlali phasi ke program director. I will call upon whosoever has got evidence to come forward with that piece of evidence whereby a traffic officer took something from him. But I must remind you before you come, there is what we call a bribery as a briber and a bribery as a bribee. So as you come here, the two people will be responsible for this crime. I want that one with evidence, but he must be prepared to be a briber as a briber. And I want the bribery as a bribee to be reported to me before I leave this place. I thank you.
Am I allowed? Thank you very much, Mr. Masego. Ngesaba lokusho lama title angale lekithi noma ngabe principal, if you are male ungimiste. Angati ke noma ngalana ngisho kahle inkosi. Thank you very much, Mr. Masego, for the profound information you have just shared and representing NADCOM so well. As one of the stakeholders, we anticipated such a long speech. Thank you. The last speech is from Sincephetelo MVA Fund, Corporate Executive. May we welcome him or her with a round of applause.
Thank you again, MC. Magehleta, National Deputy Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Siyakwemukela here. We had already observed all the ranks in the enclave. Nababezwane, loga crime. Abene phethe tinyamatane ngalezwane big band ngishumgwaja la kanginika wona. Ngiyakwemukela mangweni noma ungangiphanga umgwaja. I want to register Mage Hleta Kwekutsi. We are here talking road safety today because we're also partnering with your crime prevention enclave. We verily believe that for crime to take place, there could be wrongful use of a motor vehicle. Some of those speeding cars are carrying away criminal goods, stolen somewhere, or rushing for criminal activities. So there is partnership between the two. You barely can talk of accidents without crime popping in. At a point in time, we even used to say, you know, if somebody is doing 180 in a 30 or 40 kilometer zone, that's criminal. We are not going to take it as a mistake any longer. It's a crime. It's like we are pointing a gun to anyone who is in vicinity, and if you kill that person, we consider it criminal than being a road safety mistake. So we want to applaud the partnership that we have found in this part of the region, where criminal accident prevention and crime prevention came together to say, we can talk about this, because they've been doing it with the schools wherein they'll talk about crimes. And I've even made to believe that Kunema crime prevention clubs, we can write on that and do much better. I want to recognize the presence here of Babe Masuku Senzo, is our head of legal MVA. He's custodian of the act that was being cited here, Principal Act number 13 of 1991, Amendment Act number 20 of 2011. So all the things we batisho letindo uyabuka nje Masuku singabe kwendiwa nabaphumile bodlamini lengaphandle. MVA is a creature of statute. All the things that we do in there, sitshelwa ngilomthetho kukhona nathi la sibona khona efike umuntu ubuso bugcwele ematolo, but because the act doesn't allow us to compensate in that kind of scenario, we are not going to compensate. That was me speaking. Now I'm standing in for CE. Ngidawukhumbula nganye langa madam ngake ngafika emaphoyiseni ngakhanza lephoyisa kalobamba angekho command. Lathi leliphoyisa liyajabula ukuthi commander akekho la ngoba beliyawuze likhulume nini. Nyalo nje lesitakushiya la sitakushiya kilo kungentekala lingamtsheli na commander ukuthi sishiyeni la jabula leliphoyisa ngayibona ukuthi yathi yinhle lethu kwaphela nawe uba mdzala nabangekho labadzala. I'm going to offer apologies for the corporate executive Babem Zileni due to other commitments. He could not make it here, at least by this time. But ukhona Babe Masuku from our executive wing. Kwethu nje kuncane kubonga the collaboration lesiyitholile. Sibonge kakhulu na Dr. Shabalala. Lola, Dr. Shabalala, for the first time this country believed the road safety strategy. But during the tenure of her leadership, Eswatini in a strategy say road safety siyaphila sihamba ngetinyawo siyasebenta. And the kuta kwakhe la, as I said earlier on, kukhomba yona le passion lanayo with road safety, that even if the council it's not in place now, but say pelili tena, but Dr. Shabalala is here just to wallow in what could have been left behind at the time abese office. Sincephetelo MV fund sibonga kakhulu bantu abami bothishela and the adjudicators ngale passion leni letsile lana nekhuluma la besiva khona bese ngathi funa senifuna kubambana ngaboqoqo uve nje ukuthi denied ubone ukuthi hayi sekulukhuni ke la denied ngoba uyabona ukuthi uyamgila, otherwise uyamonisa nje ukuthi angacabangi kahle. We've always been saying what we do, children see, they notice, and they can comment. And all the things that they are saying now are things we probably might be scared to say, like kusho nje ukuthi imigwaqo yethu ayikho up to standard. Idema provisions ebantu labahamba ngetinyawo, and sonke isikhathi umuntu wemoto mhlambe najakile akacabanga ukuthi isafety yalo luhamba ngetinyawo imqoka. Ucabanga lokujaka kwakhe. Siye sithi thina Maswati kumuntu angathola ingoti sincestela kakhulu lo shayele le moto kwalimala kakhulu kunalo lolimele. Sivuke ekuseni siye kube incesimani leya bhadi leya. Lolo limele simgcinela vaccine of accident, so uyedwa esibhedlela nangaba uyafa naqhwala uyaqhwala sinake nangu tsine. Lo labanye nje kuphapha. Uyathi ukhona abangoti ngekuphapha. Umuntu akhanza nje iburial line netimoto ting20 afika atenge tonke. Uyaphapha lo muntu. Ningathi yini ligama lako uyaphapha. How are you going to overtake 10 cars, trucks and everyone, uthi la labanye batawuhamba phi na uhamba la bahamba khona. Those are the things that sometimes would make us wonder, ukuthi ingabe emgwaqweni kwentekani. We just want to believe REO in senior inspector ukuthi this is the start. We probably will come back and do it even much better. Besicala nathi kukwenda lokhu but besigayidwa ngemaphoyisa Deputy National Commissioner bakwenda njani la region la. Sesiboneke ukuthi mhlambe kayela ngasesingaya kulelinye site la selubonjeni or further and just get to hear ukuthi bantu bethu bona baqabanga njani. I am also anxious to know ukuthi kutawina bani. Mina nasingacimeta nje nganitshela lo winile wamnya. Nasingacimeta nje nganitshela ukuthi kimi esikikileni sami kuyine bani but angingasho ngoba I'll be taking work from the adjudicators. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for attending this August occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Babe Dlamini, for such an insight. For the first time, Babe Dlamini, brief. Let us clap hands for Babe Dlamini. See. I have skipped Dr. Sis. I've skipped Dr. Fortunate Shabalala, who is who is the road safety counselor. Please welcome her with a round of applause. I'm sorry, Doctor. I'm sorry.
Mphathi lihlelo lalomsebenzi esihlanene ngawo maybe before ngisho labakhulu kakhulu but kimi labakhulu kakhulu namuhla nginaba labala ngemuva to the distinguished learners who are here and laba labasinikete le debate. I want to acknowledge you before I acknowledge laba labanye labakhulu la ngembili kwami. But also then everybody from the representative of the commissioner, Nelbandla lakho babe, Magehleta. I want to give a special acknowledgement. Women's power. Yes. Ngiyathi uSibabe Dlamini sovabuhlungu nangisho njalo. Libandla la ka MVA lelilona lisihlanganisile namuhla lana bothishela emajaji ethu mana kasekho lana nalaba nje lebasihostile namuhla ngicela kunibingelele nsambama. I'm not very good at preparing speeches. I don't use speeches because my speeches are best ayang bracket taxing da ukhuluma ngifike phi ngafike phi. So I like to speak from the heart. Like Babe Dlamini sekashito kwanyalo angisuye waka road safety counseling ngoba nje beku okay lokuthi ngakhuluma bengunguye until 14 July yasiyaphela term of office yethu basalungisa ke labafanele balungise ukuthi kubuyela abana ngathi ngabantu angibisela noma cha but nje umuntu bathakade ishayele emagogoko but nje ngiyacabanga lokuthi nasenda lipoti lethu likhombisile ukuthi cha kusebasebentekile sisasebenza angeke ngisho ukuthi sendele ngifuna nje kubonga kakhulu bantu abami kuleni kwentile namuhla la ukhombise ukuthi niyendile iresearch yenu yobona umfuna kakhuluma ubona kusilento uyikhuluma from the heart uyambona ngalendlela akhuluma ngayo and kuthine nje sisebenza tindzaba taka road safety kusinikela ugcozi lolukhulu ukuthi maybe Babe Dlamini this should not be a once off event. It should happen not just in the Lubombo. I don't know whether in Lubombo South noma North noma nithethe MR8 but it should be a national event. So I want to say, you guys, make sure that kuwo onke lama regions, niyafika kuwo kuyendiwa le debate, sigcine sifika kuma national debates, mhlawumbe sigcine sendene nema regional debates, because we can partner with other countries such as South Africa, Lesotho, Namibia and others. Send the same event, because it is through such events that we are able to actually impart education and bakhulume from their hearts ukuthi yini letabasebentela bona labantu labasha. Livekati lase Africa, more than almost close to 60% we population yelivekati lase South Africa lase Africa lakhiwa abantu labasha labangaka ngibona lapho. Ngibo ke futhi kusasa lebatawuphila kuleli vele lisesingekho thina noma sesihlele ekhaya o sekasibitile umdali. So uma sibanika lelithuba lekuthi bakhulume lama issues njengoba wakhulumile la, sakha bantu bakusasa lebatayithatha i-road safety as one of the key priorities when we talk about issues of national and regional and even global development. So ngiyalibeka nje kakhulu lelo ke kini ukuthi ngiyacela lokuthi sikwende kanjalo. Lokunye lengeke ngakufunza emaveni, besides just the debate, kuye kube ne parliament yebantu labasha. Asesiyende le parliament yebantu labasha, where they will come and talk as members of parliament and sibalalele and take that information and use it, because it is only when sibanika lelithuba lokuthi bakhele imithetho kwabona through what they would have researched lapha sitawukhona khona ukuthi si-address lama issues that affect bona, particularly in the road safety space njengebantu labasha. Umgomo we-Road Safety Council, as per the road safety strategy, uthi akufuneki kube namunye umuntu lofako noma lolimala ingoti lematima kakhulu leze imchwalise la even la kangwane nga 2063, but between now and 2030 sifuna ukuthi hafula nga 50% leto tingoti letoke. But ithine ngekhathi etinhlitweni tethu sithi kude futhi lofanele afe between now na 2030. Lo 2030 lo 50% wa 2030 ngiloba kongomhlabhlangene, but sithi ngibalo fanele sacrifice ke lo lomnye 50%. Ngoba nangabe silana nje nasithi 50% reduction sokuthi half walethu bangafa nje, it's okay. And we're not saying that. We don't want that. We don't want anything good at all because it happen. And we are only going to be able to achieve that. Nangabe stawenda road safety, ibe a shared responsibility. Like my beautiful learners were saying there, road safety is a shared responsibility. There is no one person who should be responsible for it. Nasikhuluma nge-infrastructure, sikhuluma nge-education to the public, including learners. Sikhuluma ngekuthi sente imithetho, siphinze siyisebenzise leyo mthetho. Sikhuluma ngekushintsha kwe-behavior, kwalohamba emgwaqweni, kwalogibele imoti, kwalodriver imoti. Bonke labantu laboke, nangabe bonke, batakuthatha ngekuthi nami ngiliphoyisa lekwenta sure ukuthi umgwaqo uphephile and nalabo usebenzisa ngoba phephile, angeke sibe nato tingoti. Ngifuna kusho nje ukuthi sisachubeka nalomsebenzi lona, baye bathi i-prevention is better than cure. Ngoba start nasitha si-prevent ukhaze ukuthi sikhanza wena sowuchwalile. So asikwende nje kube mgcoka lokuthi sibe ngemaphoyisa nathi as besingemaphoyisa nasakhuluma nabo HIV. Niyakhumbula mos ukuthi indzaba yethu sonke indzaba ye-HIV, ayibe indzaba yethu sonke indzaba ye road safety. Ngani ngoba angeke sibe khona kude umgwaqo. Ungalima kakho uwakhe umoba wende inani nakude umgqiro tawuhambisa ngato letintfo losowutilimile titawubona uhleli nato ekhaya. Niyakubona lokho. Nangabe ufuna ke esikolweni kude umgwaqo lotawuhamba ngawo noma le moto lekumisako lotawuhamba ngayo noma ke sosona lesikole ngeke si exist kude umgwaqo ngoba lokhu lokufanele kwakhele isikole kulethwa ngumgwaqo. So umgwaqo uyinhlitiyo yekukhula nekudevelopa kwelive, yekukhula nekudevelopa kwawo wonke umuntu lokhona. Ngakho ke kudinga ukuthi sonke sikwende kube i-responsibility yethu ukuthi siwunakekele umgwaqo nekusetshenziswa kwawo ukuze ukuthi sinciphise ingoti emgwaqweni. Sengibuya nje kakhulu etikolweni ngidabe sengigcina ngikhuluma nelunga la parliament. I'm happy ukuthi ukhona namuhla ngihlale ngibafuna vele. Ngifuna nje ukuthi bakushito lokuningi bantwana but kuyi responsibility yethu le ngifuna kuyinika tonke etikolwa. REO, please take note. Ngiyacela ukuthi indzaba ka road safety ibe part of the school curriculum. Kufanele ukuthi bantwana bayifunze ku curriculum like we teach them life skills and all that. It should be part of the life skills. How do you cross the road? Why is it important to do A and not do B now semgwaqweni? Behavior emgwaqweni usahamba kuwo usebenzise fanele ibe kanjani. This is important because like bashito nje tinombolo lethu tikhombisa ukuthi ingoti diningi kakhulu ekseni between 6 and 9 a.m. and between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. And isikhathi lapho bantwana bahlabenyuka emgwaqweni baya esikoleni noma babuya esikolweni. But masibafundzisile curriculum send nema practicals on how to use the road safely to and from the school. Titawuncipha leti ngoti lesitibonako letifaka bona bantwana emgwaqweni. Bakhulumile ke ngema school clubs angeke ngisakhuluma kakhulu but it's very important ukuthi siwakhela oma school clubs. Lama debates lawa as I've said akachubeke angagcini la sikwende nje kube injwayelo ukuthi sikhulumisane ngetindzaba temigwaqo. Sengibuya ke kulunga le parliament babegadlela nebalingani bakho bonke ngicela ubatshele sasizamile kaningi ukuthi imithetho siyakhe ukhanze ukuthi nifike niyayijikisa and ledlela leni ijikise ngayo ngidakusho ngalombaba naniva ukuthi kuncinda kakhulu nine ngeke nize nophathise lo mthetho siyakhuluma nabo bemaseko sithi hayi man uyathi funa siyikhulise le fine ya 60 emalangeni ngoba ayendi lutho ayilumi niyala nithi manje hayi nibobuka ukuthi economy yale live kanjani umuntu uyaphuma lapha eOshukhu o uyaphuma kalavumisi nakathi nje kucathatha ngale ufasal band speed uyas observer akalahla itibe emgwaqweni akendi lokwana lokho lele sihluleka kwenda la kangwane bese sisinasesonile sithi nje sitawubhadala 60 emalangeni ngihambe ukhanze ukuthi umfumubhadala 60 emalangeni ka 3 between lavumisa nambabani lento le bayisho konje bantwana yekuthi I repeated offender kufanele ukuthi ugcine sowumuka le license kuze kufike lapho vele ni cancela le license ngumthetho lengikuphathisa wona lo eParliament. I hope ngibuyele ka road safety. I pray ngibuyele. Ngiyafuna ukuthi lo mthetho wekufaka emaphoint ukuthi umfuso wone kanganani siwufake kuze ukuthi wona kwekucala siyakuwonisha ungakwendi lokho wona kwesibili siyakususpenda maybe bo 6 months kuye ngeke usi5 kuye eminyakeni kuye ngeke usicala lakho linganani kwesithathu siyayijabula you never ever gonna get a license nangu umthetho lesiufunako ngoba uthi abayi-deterrent ngoba labo 60 emalangeni abasebenzi kakhulu ngifuna kusho lokho nje taking from the heart bengisibhalile speech but I won't read it ngoba bakukhoverishe konke lokho ngiyabonga kakhulu inkosini Busisi.
Yes, once more for Dr. Shabalala. Angati ushito konke lafisa kusho wasendela kahle nami so ngikhulula ukuthi ngikhulume ngeSiswati kani yonke lento beyiyesingisi. Bese konakele bese ngimecile kani uphethe tindzaba letimcoka letinengi ngiyayijabulela nayi ye child participation eParliament kwekuthi nakungendeka labatawulalela nalabasemagunyeni basendele ngoba vele labantwana labancane sesikhathi sabo sine sesidziniwe nalokucabanga kodwa ke nayendeka iphumelela ningangibeka lokho ukuthi ngibahede labantwana. Le child participation ayisugcina ke noma la kuproposa ukuthi akuye eParliament nasemakhaya ichild participation seyiyadzingakala. Awusathi nje ngoba ungibabe unemali ufuna kupenda likhaya uhamba uthenga ipendelo yelo ubuye upende likhaya. No, hlala phasi nebantwa bakho. Yebantwa bami babe noma make unemali sifuna kupenda la ekhaya singasebenzisa umbalalo njani. Ungasuka uthumele yelo wedvana kanti labantwana abantu abahleka ukuthi lekhaya kini kwahlala kubalele noma kungisebusika. Tawushaya ngilabantwana ngalelinye ilanga. So uteka yona inzabisisa make Shabalala lokwe Dr. Shabalala lokwe ukuthi ayendeke le child participation. And then my point exactly lokwe ukuthi le debate ayisugcina la libonjeni mina nje ngathi nabayiveta la libonjeni boba bedlamini ngathi ngabele kubomalagwane ngoba thina besathi ukuthi tingoti letiningi dinengile kubomalagwane ngabele kubomalagwane khona ingete ya bakhona I debate. So siyabonga nje doctor for letinto lotushoko siyathemba the relevant stakeholders batayithatha la bayibhekise embili sisemaphethelweni. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Adjudicators, it's time for results. Angibabona bakangihlebeli nekokuthi bayohlanganisela ngakuphi. It's time for results. Ngiyethemba ma participants etfu ema results ndawamukela ngebunjalo bawo. Referee's decision is final. Noma ngabe wena bova ngazuthi ngini number 1. But ngekubona kwemajaji sitawuhlonipha lokho. I thank you. Chair, Mr. Mondlane, ngicela ungitholele majaji.
It is imperative for all our drivers to exercise extreme caution as they drive through the rain or on wet surfaces after it rains. The rain may bring obstacles onto the road such as loose sand, mud piles, twigs, holes, and pebbles. To ensure that you arrive at your destination safely, please make sure that your tires, wipers, and lights are in good working condition, and that while driving, you slow down and keep a safe following distance. Stay safe. Drive with caution.
accidents. Last but not
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm using my voice. Then I should use the mic. Yes, yes. Okay. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The moment of truth has arrived. For public speaking, junior. Position 3 with 236 points goes to Makosa Rita. Yes, loosen up.
Students.
Ingahambisi yonke imali nesikhulu.
Unumber one.
Oh, benguve. MVA motivate ngalolunye lihlobo. Every winner has an amount of 500 emalangeni to pocket. Hey, no, labo never ending. Stawushonelwa lang. So Rita, come for your 500 emalangeni.
It's a pledge. Sitamfaka esikolweni, angeke amthathe cash. I think cash.
Oh, okay. Kuna information lebe banganginiki yona ke. Kokuthi bona they don't carry cash around. Batamsendela Rita. Okay, wonke umuntu utayithola esikolweni. But yakhe. Okay? Moving swiftly along. Number 2, public speaking, junior, with 261 points, goes to Msibi Tenele. Chiljal from Chiljal High School. I hope you can see, students, the opportunities you get as a participant and a winner. You get even the chance to take pictures with prominent figures. I hope they are going to receive their photos. And then for position 1, 271 points. That is Ngwenya Ngubeko from Duze High. DJ. Sorry, baby girl.
with 249 points. From Gilgile High is Skosane Koliswa. DJ. Mbusiswa Tabete from Duze. Position 1 with 262 points from Ponjwane High is Gunene Bongmenzi. DJ, Kala DJ, Kala DJ. Funny about this results here is that all the adjudicators came up with the same results. So their scoring here is 4 out of 4, out of 4, out of 4, which means they low. Okay. And the competition, I must say, was tough. Position 2 and 1 have a difference of 2 points. Yes, that is competition. It's called competition. So, phela nami sengiyaphikisa ngoba I can see the way. Position 3 with 205 points is Punjwane. Position 2 with 207 points is Duze. The team with an outstanding performance of 218 points. That is our number one. Our number one is... You can't guess. Number one goes to Mkweli. participants were good, but there is this one who was the best. And that is, this one was the first speaker in the debate. First speaker and best speaker. That is Melissa Kametse. DJ. Ngubeko Ngwenya. DJ. DJ, mina ngingummusic test phela umuzubere A minute. Cala ngetikolwa. I'm not sure. Kumbelana ngicela ukuthi akutebo teacher Nkosi yami. Akutebo teacher nabo nje sebake bashayine. Bagwedla kanzima. Bayagwedla labantwana kuze kuphume lo lokuhle kanje. Sibita la bangeke stage. La labanye tihambi. Okay. Okay. Jiljal. Yala English le debate uyang correcta. MVA uthi Gilgal. Jiljal. Chamkan oh cela lokuthangathi lamalokazana. Bahamba naso tiphathele. Maphilingo. DJ. ungena ku MVA page. Bese nifuna ku TikTok lapha nje. Hayi asikanilungiseleli, we are sorry, next time. Kule. Yes, bona babedlamini. All the participants, please come up. Come up. ngiyacela kwakuthi bantu labadzala banganyakati ke Justin lesimemetelo Thuli bantu labadzala banganyakati wo bantu labadzala baya kuyena Miss Thuli lapha eminyango ngicela siconzeni kuThuli lapha eminyango bothishela abetekimi bonke bothishela present abetekimi all teachers present